call this meeting. Are we okay with it, Mike? Yeah, we are. Okay, good. Next are introductions, and I do believe we have two members who are attending by phone, Mr. Hardesty, Mr. Wooten. And with us we have
Good morning, Chris Stansbury, Kanawha County.
Deborah Sullivan, Kanawha County.
Scott Rootruck, Monongalia County.
Vic Gabriel, Harrison County.
Bob Dunleavy, Ohio County.
Kathy Justice, Greenbrier County.
And I'm Nancy White, Harrison County. And we have introductions of superintendent, staff.
We also,
I'm sorry.
you're fine. I'm sitting all the way over here. Sarah Tucker, Chancellor of Higher Ed.
Good morning. We'll start with Deputy Superintendent.
Good morning, Sonia White, Deputy Superintendent.
Good morning, Michael Willer, School Facilities.
Good morning, Erica Close, Academic Support.
Good morning, Janet Bachhager, Coordinator.
Good morning, Lisa Fisher, Coordinator.
Amber Myers, Coordinator.
Christy Day, Director of Communications.
Tina Peyton, State Board.
Kelly Talbot, General Counsel.
Mark,
Mark Moore, Office of Communications.
thank you. Next item on the agenda is the approval of our agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Dunleavy. Is there a second? Ms. Sullivan? Any discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is delegations. Ms. Day.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board, Superintendent Blatt. We have several delegations today. Each will have 2 minutes. You will be called to the podium and you will speak from the podium for those 2 minutes. A buzzer will go off to let you know when your time is up. So our first delegation is Tara Ramo of Charleston to speak on the issue of truth.
Hello, thank you. The book of Matthew, chapter 1, verses 18 to 23, circa AD 60s. The book of Philippians, chapter 2, verses 5 to 11, circa AD 62. Now the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. And her husband Joseph, being a just man and unwilling to put her to shame, resolved to divorce her quietly. But as he considered these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. Have this in mind among yourselves, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men, and being found in human form, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has highly exalted him and bestowed on him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Emmanuel, God with us, thank you for wrapping yourself in human flesh, bearing the excruciating consequences of our sin in your body, and rising in triumphant victory to bring us new life. Happy birthday, Jesus. Amen.
Our next delegation is Rodney McWilliams from Peyton City Foundation on the potential CEFP revisions and school configurations. Please come to the front, Mr. McWilliams, and up next will be Carol Roberts. So be prepared to come after Mr. McWilliams, please.
Thank you. My name is Rodney McWilliams. I'm representing Peyton City High School in the county of Wetzel County and our rebuttal to a proposal to consolidate two high schools in Wetzel County. First of all, I'd like to state the plan that's been presented to you all is a 15-year-old plan that's been dusted off. It was voted down 15 years ago and needs to be voted down again this year. They showed no creativity in the creation of this plan. The speed with which this plan was put together shows some effects that need to be pointed out. Namely, we have some misrepresentations of the facts, incorrect information, and erroneous calculations within the plan in the impact statements. The building utilization rates used for Payne City High School were calculated using rooms that are non-instructional, such as storage rooms and libraries. The enrollment projections found on page 8 misrepresent or miscalculate the enrollment from the New Martinsville School as those students matriculate into Magnolia High School. The calculations are incorrect. And also the statement that Magnolia High School is not in the floodplain is incorrect. We have FEMA maps that clearly show Magnolia High School building in the FEMA 100-year floodplain, whereas the entire community of Peyton City sits above the floodplain. I also like to point out that the impact statement under the community impact section doesn't give enough information, and I compared that to the impact statement from Wood County, where they're proposing to close two elementary schools, where the impact statement to the community was written, covered almost 2 complete pages, whereas the one from Wetzel County was barely a page. I think the material presented to you in this plan is insufficient for a decision to approve this plan. It was done in haste with the intention they had to do something. And in this case, the something is the wrong thing. And I ask that this plan be voted down. Thank you.
Next up, we have Carol Roberts, who please make your way to the microphone. And on deck, we have Karen Longwell. You have 2 minutes. Ms. Roberts, is Ms. Roberts here? Okay. And Ms. Longwell, please be prepared to come up next.
Good morning, board members. I'm representing the 100 High School School Improvement Council. The 100 High School Local School Improvement Council formally opposed the proposed closure of 100 High School and its consolidation into Valley High School. They argue that the impact statement fails to recognize the school's unique strengths and the educational experience it offers, focusing narrowly on enrollment figures. The council highlights a recent positive enrollment at its feeder school, Long Drain School, which suggests a promising future for HHS's student population. Despite a general decline in the school populations, 100 High School provides a high-quality education, fostering student leadership, personalized support, and strong community ties. The council urges decision makers to reconsider the closure, emphasizing the school's vital role in the community and its potential for continued success with the right support. Thank you.
Ms. Longwell, please make your way to the podium. Eric Yost, please be prepared to come up after Karen Longwell. All three are speaking on school consolidation.
I am referencing the impact statement that was written to close 100 High School and send our students to Valley High School. This impact statement illustrates a lack of community, school faculty, and staff involvement in any discussions and any implementation of a feasible plan for closure of 100 High School. It increases financial spending because we would be rebranding Valley High School into a different school, and then 5 years later, again into a centrally located school as what they have proposed, a complete waste of taxpayer money. I would like to argue that the Wetzel County Board of Education is unjustly implementing a plan affecting our high school students without proper strategic process. While the presence of surplus tax revenue in Wetzel County, which is around $44 million, may seem beneficial, it actually limits taxpayer involvement in decision-making, as there is no need for a school bond levy. This situation has led to a concentration of control over tax funds among a few individuals at the county office, leaving taxpayers without representation. I draw a parallel to historical grievances about taxation without representation, suggesting that this lack of input contributes to discontent and lack of confidence in regard to school consolidation in Wetzel County. We would like to move forward and be a part of that discussion. 100 High School is a very small school. We live in a very small community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Eric Yost, and on deck, we have Rachel Hutton. Eric Yost, please make your way to the podium. Is Mr. Yost here? All right. Next, we have Rachel Hutton. She is going to speak on Wetzel County Board closings and mergings of 100 High School.
Some of the directly stated reasons for the merge. Firstly, student enrollment. Hundred's average class size being 7 with Valley's at 8. When informed that 90% of the students at HHS will not be going if merged, it was made clear that the students were supported in leaving the county. When asked again due to community feelings of the loss of these students, it was stated we want all students to stay in Wetzel County. Since enrollment is such a key factor, when asked for motivators to stay, only one student motivator was given, but our extracurricular activities and classes. It's important to note, and for it to be addressed, students will be unable to participate in extracurricular activities if the time they arrive home from school and practice is possibly a few hours from midnight. This is not feasible. Secondly, Valley is severely understaffed, with core classes being taught online, 100 staff count being full. A count was done and presented. Only one teacher from 100 will be going to Valley when merged. What happens then? Will the teacher be in person or plugged into the wall? The board stated core classes being taught online is unacceptable, but when told the teaching staff at Valley will only increase by 1, the vote was still yes. Thirdly was finance, stating it will be cheaper to merge schools. The money won't last forever, and we must use the excess funds to be fiscally responsible, was stated at one of the meetings. Yet a board member's salary is posted at $150,000 a year with a $10,000 pay raise in the next 3 years, 3 times more than the same position paid in the previous years, when the board stated that we must be fiscally responsible. All while Wetzel County is one of the lowest paid counties in the state. The population is lower than our neighboring counties, but it is possible and afforded to pay our frontline educators accordingly. This will directly motivate and encourage teachers to come to Wetzel County instead of neighboring ones where they are paid substantially more, as the teaching shortage was listed as another reason. In the impact statement, it was stated the school mascots, colors, names, etc. will be changed. How much will this cost? It has also stated by the county that they still have to determine if this is fiscally responsible.
Next up, we have Stacy Yoho to speak on Wetzel County School Consolidation. Stacy Yoho, and on deck is Bill Bell.
Good morning. Today I come to you asking you to please listen to the voices of the citizens of Wetzel County. In all of our hearings, the people of Wetzel County spoke loudly against consolidation in this capacity. The minutes that have been provided to you state audience members spoke in favor of, asked questions, and shared concerns. This is a gross misrepresentation of the public hearings that took place in Wetzel County Schools. At all 5 hearings, the community from Peyton City, Hund, and at Valley spoke very clearly against consolidation. The outcry from the public has been very, very, very clear. Wetzel County Schools is a rural county comprised of 4 towns. Each school directly feeds into the economy of these towns. We must take this into consideration when making these decisions. I teach business education at Peyton City High School. Entrepreneurship, small businesses. It is what fuels our county, and it is what fuels the state of West Virginia. That said, our rural schools in West Virginia directly feed into these concepts of small business and entrepreneurship. I ask you to please take that into consideration, especially in Wetzel County, as you make this decision. I'm also asking you today to just please, again, recognize the voices of the Wetzel County citizens who have asked our county administrators to come up with a different plan. This plan is reckless and hasty, and it should be denied at this today to allow Wetzel County Schools to consolidate. Thank you.
Next up is Bill Bell. He was the chair of Peyton City High School LSIC. Mr. Bell, are you here? Please come to the podium. And next up is Charles Goff Jr. Please be prepared after the speaker.
Madam President, thank you for allowing me to speak. On behalf of the Peyton City High School LSIC, we have respectfully rejected the impact statement for Peyton City High School. This consolidation was initiated in illegal fashion under the false pretenses of student safety and environmental concerns. The proposed closure was initially overturned by the Second Circuit Court of West Virginia. This consolidation is politically motivated by financially influential county residents to be seen as a cost-saving measure. It is cited in the impact statement the closure would save the county approximately $359,000 a year. This is only a small fraction of the budget for the entire county, and in comparison, other schools cost significantly more to run. There are a number of errors in the impact statement that my other colleagues will address. However, the LSIC of Peyton City High School recommends that, number 1, we terminate any action leading to the closure of Peyton City High School at this time. Our LSIC stands with Hunter High School. We also recommend terminating any action leading to the closure of Hunter High School at this time. I know in the meetings it's been addressed that employee shortages are a reason behind this as well. We call on the Wetzel County Board of Education and the State Department of Education to investigate and analyze employee climate and morale, thus addressing employee vacancy concerns. For my last 40 seconds, I represent the town of Peyton City as a city council member. To be blunt, these small schools make small towns. By voting to close our school and by voting to close Hunter High School, you are effectively killing our communities. I ask you to consider that from one elected official to appointed officials as you make your decision today. Thank you.
Next, Charles Goff Jr. Please come to the podium, speaking on the closure of Hunter High School and Peyton City High School. And next up will be Charlene Curry. Ms. Curry, please be prepared to come.
Good morning. I'm Mayor Goff from the town of Hund. I'd like to speak on the impacts of the closing of Hunter High School, the impact it will have on the community. The importance of Hunter High School can't be summed up in 2 minutes. In fact, if most towns die after a closure of a high school, they lose the incorporated status, losing elected officials in town, and it leads to fire departments closing and town charters being revoked. That includes losing EMS. We are an hour away from a hospital, and fire and EMS are crucial in our community as well as surrounding communities. Fact, if Hunter High School closes, then EMS and Community Center of Northern Eastern Wetzel County would possibly face closures with as they're operated by funding through the county. Fact, Wetzel County is more than, or Hunter High School is more than a learning institution. In 2017, it became a center point of the flood recovery efforts in Wetzel County. It was set up as a center for people to seek help from American Red Cross. We had teachers and students sleeping on the floors so they could take care of those in need that lost everything or just needed a warm meal. Fact, Hunter High School is a necessity business that operates year-round, offering plants for gardens, selling fresh produce, serves as a community with our funky florist, with our kids now catering events year-round with the Covered Bridge Bakery. Ran out of the high school. It also serves as a deer processing business for hunting season. Fact, it is the center hub of our community. Fact, it also uses its freezer at the Hunter High School for we care to help those in need. Currently, we have a community-based initiatives, a lot of efforts to revitalize our community and attract new students at our high school, and our students are a big part of that. In fact, if Hunter High School closes, it will cause a decline in population and cause economic hardships, weaken sense of community, and decrease property values, often causing a devastating impact on town vitality, as the school is often the center hub of activity and among major employers in which our school provides. I ask you to please consider not closing our school. Thank you so very much.
Next up, we have Charlene Curry, who's going to speak on the issue of closing 100 High School. And next up will be Abe Morris.
Hi, my name's Charlene Curry. Mine's regarding the Barker Hill. Regarding the transportation plan, I would like to bring attention to the switchback, the turn on Route 7, where Barker trucks frequently become stuck. It is concerning to imagine a school bus attempting to come into the turn when you have one of the big trucks coming. I know myself, was a pilot car driver for the pipeline, the oil wells. Those trucks don't care. They don't care what they meet. As long as they can get through. As a past EMS and firefighter, how many deaths have been on that Barker Hill? I have a granddaughter from Valley. I wouldn't want her coming to 100. I would not want her coming. I didn't even like it when our kids from our basketball team went that way. Any sports, they went over Barker. It's not safe. Porter claims she's working with somebody from the State Department. Why did they fix this sooner? Years. I graduated in 78. It's still the same way when I was in school and traveled over that to go to ball games. It's not safe. It is not. And the bridge that they cross, it's a 10-ton bridge. It's not even safe for a school bus to go over. You're over the limit when you put kids on it. Thank you.
Abe Morris. Is Abe Morris here? And next up, we will have Courtney Cecil after Abe Morris.
The first thing I want to say is that it's a fact that which you cannot deny, that consolidation may help few kids involved, but it will also hurt many involved. And that if we do consolidate, what would happen if it flops? It will hurt many involved. Thank you.
Next up is Courtney Cecil to speak on school consolidation safety in Wetzel County, and on deck will be Jennifer Morris.
Hi, two things. I'm a mom from 100. I want to know what our rush is on the consolidation of 100 High School into Valley High School. We found out merely a month or so after our board was forced to open Peyton City after the illegal closure that our high school was now under attack. Since then, we've had no time as parents to make life-altering decisions. We can't change our careers. We can't change sell our house, move to a different county real quick. That's not enough time before the next school year starts. Most of our kids are in sports and activities, and we don't want to break them mid-season, ruin it for them, take away from their high school experience to pick up and move. Because moving to another school in our county is impossible. There's a mountain right through our county, and we're on the other side of it. Barker, Valley, they couldn't come to us safely either. Second thing I ask, what is the benefit of moving us over there when we're being told Valley is short core class teachers and 100 High School is currently fully staffed? Would it not make more sense to just provide teachers to the understaffed school by incentives? Offer them more. Bring the teachers back to Wetzel County, figure out why they don't want to be here. What is the gain for my child personally? Because there's programs in 100 High School that are not anywhere else in our county because they were created in 100 High School. We have a Funky Florist, which is a student-ran business that sells to our community and surrounding communities. We have our bakery, the Covered Bridge Bakery, which just won nationally on a TV show. Amazing feats. Again, programs that are not offered anywhere else in our county. These are things we lose. So to me, the incentive to tell us this is better for you needs to be great, because we've got a lot going on in our school you can't get anywhere else in the county. The risk and the gain, as a parent, that's where it's at. I can't move my child to Valley. I would be forced to move her out of the county. Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Moore, speaking on closing of Peyton City High School. On deck is Patty Wright.
Patty is not here. She was unable to make it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
After our next speaker, after Ms. Morris, will then be Mike Turner.
Okay. I'm just a parent. My kids went to a consolidated school that said that they would have so many opportunities in Tyler County. My kids had no opportunities. Since they've moved gone to Payne City High School, which I drive an extra 50 miles to get my kids there, they have proved academically, they have proved mentally, and there are many, many kids who have gone to Tyler or Magnolia and have gone back to Payne City because there was nowhere else to go. They were bullied by students and teachers alike. Payne City is just a wonderful school, and what I've heard 100 is just as awesome. Thank you.
Mike Turner is next, speaking on the closure of Peyton City and 100 high schools in Wetzel County, and on deck is Abby Tennant.
Thank you for taking the time to hear or listen to me. I come today to object to the Wetzel County Board of Education response to the impact statement of closing Peyton City and 100 high schools in Wetzel County, a county with a shrinking population. There were 5 public hearings. Over and over again, the students testified that they were against this merger consolidation, stating many reasons why. They did it with emotion and evidence of their reasons. Teachers testified that uncertainty of knowing if they would have a job in the future has caused many teachers to move on to other locations. The principals of Peyton City Schools were not invited to the impact workshop. Mayors stated loss of unity in the community, businesses, income, city jobs, and people leaving the communities. A state senator said, stop this consolidation, that there was work going on with the government that would support rural schools and move away from consolidations. The county assessor said, don't consolidate. A health clinic may shut down. A community may have to unincorporate, and they would lose the fire department and the EMS. Citizens spoke about loss of property values. The board answered, we're not real estate agents. What can we do about this? What can we do? There's a railroad track beside the Magnolia High School, 28 foot. If there's a derailing, it'll go into the building. I asked, was there mitigations to happen? No, was the answer. We manage things and we lead people. Last year, this board had $29 million excess with a projection of 70% more this year. That excess is in a bank in Charleston, while Wetzel County banks are cutting back people. Not a way to lead people. Listening requires your attention. At the impact approval meeting, there was only one thing. A board member talked about a death of a baby while he held that baby on the road that we're going to take 100 over the valley. That's not acceptable. Please vote against this.
You're Abby Tennant? Yes. You're only, okay. You can only have 2 minutes, though. So I can't take my combined time.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bear with me, sometimes my voice goes out. I'm here representing 100 High School and Peyton City High School. Our oldest daughter graduated from 100. We had one graduate from Valley, and we have one currently at Peyton City. Why are we here today? We are here today asking you to do the job that our Wetzel County board members would not do. Simply put, they failed. They failed to represent the majority of our students, faculty, parents, communities of Wetzel County. We are asking you to do what our board would not do. We ask you to represent the voices of our students, the hearts of our teachers, and the souls of our communities. You have received emails and phone calls pertaining to questions and concerns, from unnecessary consolidation plans to children's neglected mental health, to our children's safety on dangerous roads, exposure to toxic chemicals, and schools located dangerously close to railroads, to the devastation of our local communities, including fire and EMS services, to the devastation to our local businesses and school-based businesses that serve our local communities, to the decline of our population and the decline of property values, ultimately harming our county, to the unnecessary spending of taxpayer money, to the board's excuses of financial crisis, lack of faculty, and population decline, to the proven facts of why consolidation does not work, to the utter and complete inability of Wetzel County Board of Education to answer questions about the proposed consolidation, questions that were denied or deflected. Why take an oath if you do not, cannot, and will not uphold said oath? We are here today asking you to vote no on the school consolidation plan. Be the voices, the hearts, and the souls of our communities. Stand up and represent. Do the job our board members would not do. Failure is not an option. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Next, we have Beverly Van Syok on the closure of 100 High School, and on deck will be Amanda Lippincott.
Okay, thank you.
Our county SREB vision statement was developed 3 years ago by stakeholders, which included teachers, students, county office personnel, community and business leaders. This committee met throughout the school year to develop the educational vision for our county. 3 options were proposed. 1, centrally located school. 2 schools, one on either end of the county, or 1 school located in the New Martinsville area with 100 High School being left as is due to geographic constraints. This merger that is being referred to as a consolidation will result in lost enrollment. 90 to 95% of our student body has made it clear they will leave Wetzel County if they are forced to go to Valley High School. Our board wants to take a fully certified, fully staffed school and close it. Additionally, they want to move our students to a school with staffing shortages, knowing that HHS teachers have made it clear they will not be working there. Our teachers are not going to fill vacant positions at Valley. The county board wants to add more students to a building that already has students sitting in the commons instead of learning in a classroom. We are totally against consolidation as it is being presented. If it is imperative that our county consolidates, then we feel 1 school and 1 consolidation is in every student's best interest. Additionally, I would like to add information that was going to be shared by Eric Yost. According to state water quality tests, New Martinsville's water is 10 times over the safe level of forever chemicals. This water will be sold to the Pine Grove community to feed Valley High School because they are constantly out of water. Hundred's water source has been determined to be well below the acceptable levels of contaminants. Prior to making this decision, please review the water quality reports and make a decision that considers all of the factors. Thank you.
Next up is Amanda Lippincott, and on deck is Megan Gorby.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of 100 High School. I am a parent of a child that will be going into the high school next year. And I want to start by saying there is no mention in the impact statement section on facilities that Valley High School is 100% in the floodplain. 100 High School is not in the floodplain. In the rejection letter that 100 High School's LSIC submitted, there are documents showing the floodplain status of both schools. From the information in the Wetzel County's impact statement, Valley High School has suffered flood damage, with repairs made to the gym floor and framing, but issues like exposed bat insulation remain. A former teacher of Valley High School reported that his classroom flooded twice during his tenure. 100 High School is a key educational facility located outside of the floodplain. The school gained prominence during the July 2017 flood, serving as an emergency shelter and command center for the various relief organizations. Its importance to the community is underscored by its role in disaster response efforts. We raise these concerns about student safety related to the potential relocation to Valley High School and emphasize the need to prioritize safe educational environments. Wetzel County schools have not considered the safety of our students by moving them to a school that sits 100% in a floodplain and is located a half a mile from the Hastings extraction plant, which has a 10-mile radius danger zone. They have not considered that 100 High School is a location of great importance to the surrounding communities. We are asking you to please consider the safety concerns of moving students into a floodplain and danger zone when it is unnecessary. Thank you.
Megan Gorby, please. Megan Gorby is speaking on the closure of 100 High School, and on deck is Austin Hayes.
Good morning. I have listened to, and you all have listened to, countless similar speeches denouncing consolidation. We know the facts, and we know that the research says consolidation is not always the answer, especially when geographical barriers prohibit it from being an efficient plan forward. The proposed plan to close 100 High School and merge into Valley High School is incomplete, and it requires further research and planning and cannot move forward at this time. Simply put, we cannot add hours into the day for our students. The students from our area are being discriminated against, we feel, as they cannot be taking advantage of the same opportunities that these other school children living in the other areas will be able to do. The added benefits of extracurriculars and classes that will take place outside of the place that we will be going, outside of Valley High School, and a further bus ride, 40 additional minutes to the tech center, are unreasonable for the children in 100 to make that happen. There are valid safety concerns associated with the proposed bus routes and increased travel times that substantially surpass state regulations. While a large portion of the current budget surplus is generated in our area of the county, our students are being neglected. As the national teacher shortage continues, increased support for deconsolidation relieves room for innovation when determining how best to support our community schools. And that's what we need to do, is support our community schools and support our communities. Let's think big about being small. Our geographics may be a hindrance, but our numbers are not negatively impacting our students or our staff. They are thriving the way we are. West Virginia could be at the forefront of this national education initiative, supporting community schools and denouncing consolidation, supporting deconsolidation. HHS is not just a great example, but could be a pilot program for you, for future community schools in West Virginia. We invite you each out to visit our school to see how our teachers interact with our community, with our students, with the plans that we have put in place and what we offer our students, and replicate that, not just through Wetzel County, but throughout the state. Thank you.
Next up, we have Austin Hayes speaking on the closure of 100 High School. Austin Hayes, and on deck is Vincent Monsal.
Oh, there we go. Is that working? Yeah. Hello, State Board members. I'm Austin Hayes, a freshman in 100 High School, and I'm representing the students of 100 High School. I would like to share why 100 is different and deserves to be left open. At 100 High School, I've been able to compete and succeed in multiple academic competitions, showcasing strengths and challenging us. Some of these competitions include the Technology Student Association, where our school regularly gets on the national stage, and the Future Farmer of America, and all these different competitions we do. Just this year, I was part of the culinary team that got first in the state. In a larger school, these opportunities would likely be much harder to come by. With so many students vying for the limited spots, chances to represent our school and push our abilities in all these competitions could disappear. At 100, every student gets a chance to shine, and our amazing teachers work closely with us to help us succeed. At 100, I've had the opportunity to play many sports, but in a bigger school, that opportunity would also likely disappear. Larger schools often have highly competitive teams where only a few students make the cut, leaving many of us on the sidelines. Many of my friends and I would probably ride the bench all season, but many of us got to start at 100. Being part of a sports team is not about winning. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself and growing closer to people that you care about. In 100, I know everybody, everyone by name. We're a family. If our school closes, I won't just lose my education, I'll lose my family. These are just people I go to school with. They're people who make me feel at home, and without them, I'd be lost. These are just some of the things that every student will lose if you close 100. 100 is a special place. Many places, they're not like this. 100, we're raising the future generations like no other. If 100 gets shut down, you'll ruin the lives of many kids that have a chance to change the world. Thank you.
Next up is Vincent Monso. If you tell me how to say it, I'll say it.
Monso. I think it's M-O-N-S-O.
Monso, Pro-Consolidation for Wetzel County.
I'm Vince Monso and a resident of Wetzel County. I'm a retired educator with over 50 years of experience in secondary and post-secondary schools in West Virginia and Ohio. I support the consolidation of Wetzel County schools for logical reasons. There are cracks in our system. You've seen the impact statement. You know what's happening. Declining enrollment, limited academic opportunities, lack of certified personnel, aging and unutilized buildings. Consolidation is the proactive approach, but it will require change. Some convenient, some inconvenient, but with time, the problems will be ironed out. We've had the lowest student-to-teacher ratio by far in the state because of declining enrollment, and we have the same number of schools that we had 1,000 students ago. Our current configuration is inadequate. Our 4 high schools struggle in different ways. Consolidating 4 high schools to 2 would combine resources, financial and human, to benefit the students. Waiting is not the solution. Too many students have already fallen through the cracks. Students spend 4 short years in high school, but the education they receive will last a lifetime. Our county waited too long. Our current students deserve action. Our current students deserve better. Please support the consolidation of the Wetzel County schools. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Alana Miner of 100 High School, speaking on the 100 High School closure and personnel, and on deck is Mr. Mickey Blackwell.
Good morning. I'm a teacher from 100 High School. I stand before you to urge you to reconsider the proposed consolidation of 100 High School with Valley High School. The Wetzel County Board of Education cites staff shortages as a primary reason, but 100 High School does not face the same challenges. Our central location is a key advantage. Within an hour's drive, we are accessible from Waynesburg, Fairmont, Morgantown, and several other larger communities, making it easier to attract and retain qualified staff. In fact, we currently have teachers commuting from these areas, a benefit Valley High School cannot claim. Additionally, our families work in these areas, giving them a 2-hour commute to their child's new school, making it almost impossible for extracurricular activities. A staff survey at Hund revealed overwhelming resistance to transferring to Valley, with most teachers indicating they'd instead seek opportunities elsewhere. Consolidation would not solve the county's staffing issues, but would make them worse, as our teachers and families would face extended travel on unsafe roads, further disrupting their lives. And if told HHS is not going to be fully staffed in the future, please know teachers are vigorously looking for new jobs because going to Valley is not feasible. Additionally, I'd like to add the results of the most recent PSAT 9 and PSAT NMSQT College Board tests determined that Hund High School had some of the highest scores in the county. Historically, this has been the case. Hund High School is more than a school. It's a community anchor. Moving it would create undue hardships for families and discourage them from remaining in the area. Let's not dismantle a thriving, self-sustaining institution. Thank you.
Next up is Mickey Blackwell of West Virginia Principals Association, followed by Mr. Daly of the West Virginia Educators Association.
I just want to say thanks for letting me follow this group. I want to say congratulations to all of you students who spoke today, whether on one side or the other. It's great to see student involvement, and it's great to hear you speak so eloquently. And that's because you have good teachers, and that's because you have good principals, and that's because you have good parents. That being said, I'm Mickey Blackwell, Executive Director of the West Virginia Principals Association, professor at West Virginia State. We are graduating on Saturday at State. If you're not doing anything at 10 o'clock, come on down. We would love to have you with us. I would like to also announce that I just got home last night from our yearly West Virginia Principals Conference. Dr. Blatt was there, First Lady Justice was there. It was awesome, possibly one of the best we've had. I want to say to every superintendent who's listening within the sound of my streaming voice, if you're not sending 5 or 6 folks to come hear our speakers, your folks are missing out on great professional development. The superintendent spoke on a number of relevant issues. We had Drew McClanahan there from the WVDE speaking about policy 4373. We had First Lady Justice there speaking about community and schools. We had legislative updates. We had the superintendent from Grant County speaking about school safety. We had Coach Walker from Martinsburg High talking about culture building. And if you're in the sound of my voice, principals or superintendents, we will be there next year, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Please be there. I have 25 seconds to say that they talked about at interims yesterday about school discipline. I don't need 2 minutes. I need 2 weeks. I need 2 hours. I need 2 years to cover this. Do not let this go because it's an important issue. Teachers are concerned. Principals are concerned, and we all have to work together to make sure that our schools are safe and successful. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Lastly, we have Dale Lee of the West Virginia Education Association. Please tell them what you're speaking about.
Good tidings of cheer. I'm Dale Lee, the president of the West Virginia Education Association. It's an honor to speak before you, Superintendent Blatt, President White, board members. Nice to see you, First Lady Justice, as a board member. First of all, I want to commend, like Mickey did, all the students that spoke. It shows you what a great job we're doing in our schools. It also tells me that the community outpouring here and the educators who came to speak do it because of their love for the kids. That's the good tidings of cheer. They do it because they want to make a difference in kids' lives. That's why we educate. That's why we teach. At the interim meetings on Monday, we heard about the discipline issues in pre-K, kindergarten, elementary school. I hate to sound like a broken record, but Superintendent Blatt, if you'll recall the very first meeting that we had when you became superintendent, I talked about the mental and emotional needs and the discipline of our kids. And here we are still talking about it. I was appalled when Senator Roberts said this was the first they'd heard about it. I've been speaking about it for 3 years. Folks, we have to do this. Now, one thing I would ask after sitting in the back and listening to all this today, one of the things I would like to ask, I would like to have a comparison of our small schools, where our community schools, and the discipline referrals compared to the consolidated, the bigger schools. I think that would be a very good thing to look at and to see what we're causing. And folks, I can tell you that what we're causing is because of the dismantling of public education. And that's coming from across the street of our legislature. And if we continue to send the same people to do the same thing, we're looking for insanity. I could preach on this for a long time, but I will accept my 2-minute time limit. And Merry Christmas to you all, and I hope you all have a great New Year, and I'll see you in January.
And there are no other delegations at this time.
Thank you.
I don't have any other. What, okay. Can you please come up to the podium and introduce yourself, please, sir?
All right, my name's Chris McGinnis. I stand here as a Wetzel County Schools employee. I'm a school bus driver for the students at Peyton City Schools, elementary and high school. Love my kids, here because of my kids. I'm an alumnus of Peyton City High School. I also have a son who was a 2023 valedictorian of that school and is a junior now at WVU, going to be a junior after January. It's only his 4th semester over there, but he got so far ahead at Peyton City High School thanks to the opportunities they offered for college classes that he got invited into a pilot program where he'll actually graduate in 5 years with both a bachelor and master's degree, going in exercise physiology and athletic training. So yeah, Peyton City provided him a real good education. I think it did okay for me. He was probably a better student. I'm thankful to be here today. Sadly, we've ended up with a county board of education that has utterly failed. Not only to represent the people of Wetzel County, but they've turned a blind eye to egregious unethical behavior by our superintendent. It was pointed out at the town meetings that we had. It was shown with pretty good evidence that she had lied to and about our students. She had lied to and about our teachers, and has many times misrepresented our situation, specifically in Peyton City, which is how the courts overturned her illegal closure of the school. Thank goodness we have you all here for oversight. I'm so glad that we can come today and expose this. Good evidence of the county board's blind rubber stamping and refusal to seek accountability is that when this proposal was voted on at a county meeting, and they had all these speakers at the town meetings, 150 people spoke or more, only 10 were in favor of the plan that was presented. They didn't have a single question. When asked if they had a question before voting, one person had a question. The rest sat there silent. I'm here to ask one specific question today, though. Peyton City High School has numerous students who have transferred from both neighboring schools, Tyler Consolidated and Magnolia High School, who came to the smaller family atmosphere of PCHS because they were considering self-harm, have talked about ending their lives. Are you prepared to look at those students and tell them that now we're going to force them back into the same situation that almost took them out of this world? I'll tell you right now, if it happens, their blood will be on your hands.
That's true.
It's true.
That is very
And I don't believe that you need to be responding to me that way.
There are no other delegations that we have at this time.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Mrs. Sullivan, seconded by Dr. Stansberry. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. New business. Item A, Policy 5202, minimum requirements for the licensure of professional paraprofessional personnel and the advanced salary classifications. Mr. Hagerman.
Good morning, Madam President, esteemed board members, Superintendent Blatt. I am here to request that West Virginia Board of Education Policy 5202, which is the minimum requirements for the licensure of professional and paraprofessional personnel and advanced salary classification, which was placed on a 30-day public comment period, be adopted as revised. We received 53 comments, many of which were duplicative comments, and that resulted in 13 sections of the policy being revised. I am going to briefly summarize those revisions and answer any questions as needed. Several of the revisions were definitions that were revised to clarify the terminology that we use in the policy, to provide better context for the pertinent sections, including CTE, administration, mentor, and added several definitions to enhance the content and purpose of the policy. We removed some outdated definitions resulting from the revisions that were made, so that because the terminology was no longer needed. Also, language was revised in Section 6 for to mirror other West Virginia Board of Education policies as well as state code. Also, we clarified responsibility for licensure to make it easier for licensees and license holders to maintain and meet the requirements of holding a license in the state of West Virginia. We also added flexibility regarding documentation for beginning educator internship, which is a state code requirement that will expedite the process when individuals are seeking licensure in the state of West Virginia. Also, we added options to convert several of our certificates in a more streamlined manner to provide faster access to the certification and minimize the wait time that requires to provide that documentation without sacrificing the quality of the requirements needed. We also added a new program, a novice teacher program for individuals who have been in the classroom subbing for 5 years or longer, which requires they receive 2 recommendations from administrators at the building level as well as a county level, and they will be paired with national board certified teachers on a one-to-one and help them obtain certification as initial teachers. Also, we added a school nutrition director professional certificate, which in the past it was an authorization. Now this will allow these professionals to seek additional salary classifications and degree classifications so their pay would be compensated adequately based on their educational experience as well for like any other professional certificate. We added a nurse certificate following state code, which requires at minimum an associate's degree, a valid RN, and completion of a school nurse program, including a school nurse orientation. This is going to allow county boards of education across the state to be able to hire more school nurses to be able to better serve the needs of our students across the state. We also clarify the requirements for several of the permits to provide further flexibilities, including school counseling. As we know, we have a severe shortage, not only teachers, but other support professionals such as counselors. We included requirements for driver education candidates to make sure that any violations that needed to be reported were reported within 7 days to county boards of education. Therefore, when they renew or apply for certification, we had the proper documentation. We also added additional exemptions to meet requirements for a variety of CTE programs. As you are aware, there have been several changes to CTE programs and modifications to further recruit and retain individuals from trade and industry to come and teach in our schools across the state. We updated several of those CTE requirements and application processes to mimic and streamline the application of those pathways. We added a restricted content endorsement for candidates completing a driver education program. As you know, We have a severe shortage of driver education instructors and not many programs across the state offering. So in cooperation with county boards of education and the West Virginia Department of Education, we created a pathway that includes a cohort, and currently Mr. Josh Grant is leading that initiative and is successfully has started a cohort this past fall, which has over in between 10 or 15 individuals that are currently completing that program. We clarify the early childhood classroom assistant teacher requirements to align not only with other West Virginia Board of Education policies, but also with House Bill 3035 and the literacy and numeracy initiatives. That also impacted the requirements for paraprofessionals now for grades, as we move in those phases, grades 1 through 3. We revised the requirements for a sign language interpreter and the paraprofessional certificate for educational sign language interpreter to better serve the needs of the students across the state, to make sure that every child was served by a proper interpreter as needed. We revised the requirements for AID 6 classification to match the requirements outlined in West Virginia State Code. Also, we clarify requirements for the alternative certificate and for out-of-state applicants, just to make sure that we were consistent with how individuals in-state are certified, and also those who are participating in alternative certification programs had a streamlined manner of entering the classroom without causing any delays. We also clarified how several staff needs to be assigned based on their licensure to make sure that not only county boards, but school principals were able to properly schedule staff on the master schedule without creating any errors or causing any confusion on how these staff members needed to be assigned to those classrooms. We also added additional flexibilities to special education endorsements, such as autism and other endorsements to better staff classrooms across the state. And that provides a more streamlined manner of recruiting, retaining, and giving existing educators the ability to add additional endorsements to serve the needs of our special education population. Also, we revised the language for several certifications to provide eligibility for these professional certificates to be able to obtain salary and degree, advanced salary degree and classifications to properly reflect their educational attainments and be compensated at such levels. And we removed outdated language for requirements that have now expired. And lastly, we added to Appendix A comprehensive special education K-6 and 5 adult endorsement. And we are working jointly with the educator preparation programs across the state to make sure these programs are available statewide. And that would include a multi-categorical that currently has only 4 of the disabilities identified in the policy, would include autism and a few additional disabilities. So it's sort of a more generalist approach that these individuals won't have to go on permit or seek additional routes to be able to serve the students in their classrooms. Those are all the changes that we propose, and now I'll entertain any questions.
Mrs. Sullivan?
Not a question, but a comment, Dr. Hagerman. As you know my feelings about 5202, it is the most dense policy I think we have here, and to know that you and your staff are on top of it. But I also want to compliment the public who sent in comments, that they would take time to read that document and send comments in, and then follow up with your staff, taking those comments and using them to improve the document itself. So thank you and your staff and everybody in the state who did comment on this policy. Appreciate it.
I appreciate your kind words.
Any other questions? Is there a motion that policy 5202 be approved and effective 30 days from filing? So moved. It's been moved by Mrs. Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item B, amendment of the Clay County Board of Education's 2020-2030 Comprehensive Educational Facilities Plan. Mr. Whitlow and Superintendent Dobbins.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board, Superintendent Blatt. Clay County Board of Education has presented to us the Comprehensive Educational Facilities Plan Amendment. Just again, this isn't the official vote on this action. This is their planning document that's required in the process. Policy 6200 requires this process, and then that amendment to be approved by the board and the SBA. The Clay County Board of Education requests approval to revise its 2020-2030 CFP to include the closure and consolidation of Clay County Middle School into Clay Elementary School, Big Otter Elementary School, and Clay County High School. This closure is contingent upon the SBA funding and would be, if awarded funding and then after construction, would be in effect for the 26-27 school year. Superintendent Dobbins is here to answer questions regarding this closure or CFP. Handout.
Good morning, President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. My name is Philip Dobbins. I'm Clay County Superintendent of Schools. Our proposed consolidation is contingent, as Mr. Whitlow said, on your approval, obviously, and SBA funding. The consolidation would actually take place the beginning of the 27-28 school year. On November 19, 2024, the Clay County Board of Education voted unanimously to consolidate grades 6 through 8 into our existing facilities. The 4 closure hearings took place prior to November 19th, with very few in attendance and a small number of delegations. There were no parents in attendance opposing the proposal other than the current middle school administration, some staff members, and their spouses. On November 6th, the hearing took place at Clay Middle. We had 3 delegations, 1 in favor, 2 opposed. On November 7th, at the high school, we had 1 delegation opposed. On the 12th of November at Big Otter, we had 3 delegations, 2 in favor and 1 opposed. And the last hearing on 11/16 at Clay Elementary, we had 6 delegations, 2 in favor, 4 opposed. The district has experienced a loss in total student enrollment over the past 8 years, and we have lost nearly a quarter of our enrollment since the 2015-16 school year. Our projections show the grim reality that our enrollment will continue to decline. Next year's numbers project our total enrollment to be at 1,375 total students. That's down from 1,999 in 2016. This is a loss of over 31% of our total enrollment. The Clay County Board of Education proposes to consolidate services which would allow us to operate more economically efficient and improve education afforded to our students. 6th grade students would remain in their home elementary schools with nearly 100% certified teachers. We have 2 elementary schools. Big Otter is at 100% certified teachers. Clay Elementary has 1 teacher that isn't certified, and she will have her master's at the end of this school year. A lot of schools can't boast that, and we can, as far as a high percentage of certified teachers. And we see at our elementary schools we have the highest academic achievement. While 7th and 8th grade students would attend Clay County High School, this would result in Clay County having 2 pre-K 6 schools and 1 7 through 12 comprehensive high school. This closure and consolidation would provide 7th and 8th grade students the opportunity to explore career and technical education possibilities, including healthcare occupations, computer applications, agricultural sciences, including a greenhouse, hospitality and tourism, as well as the culinary arts. We also offer masonry, electrical, welding, and carpentry that students may take during their 9 through 12 years. Furthermore, 7th and 8th grade students would have the opportunities to participate in performing arts in an auditorium, health and wellness in a new PE facility, and in-person Spanish classes. Currently, we have to offer those at the middle school virtually, but we do have an in-person teacher at the high school. Academically, we believe this consolidation will increase student achievement by providing teachers grades 7 through 12 as well as pre-K 6 the opportunity to utilize vertical team planning and departments and grade levels. Data-driven curriculum plans and systems and operations decisions can be made more effectively within the same facility. The Clay County Board of Education proposal to consolidate sixth grade students into our current elementary schools will not require additional funding, as there's ample room, ample space in these schools to occur. Moving seventh and eighth grade students to the comprehensive Clay County High School will require additional classrooms, an elevator, a PE room, and a band and chorus room, which requires approval of the SBA, or our proposal to the SBA. If we are not approved by the state board or the proposal to the SBA is not approved, the consolidation cannot occur. The proposal will conservatively reduce operating costs by nearly $500,000 annually, and the travel times will remain nearly the same. Sixth grade students will remain in their elementary schools, and that will actually reduce their travel time because they wouldn't have to travel to the middle school. The seventh and eighth grade students will have a less than a 5-minute difference in travel time due to proximity of Clay County High School, Clay Elementary, and Clay Middle currently. Do you guys have any questions of me?
Questions?
I have a question.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. Maybe they don't want to hear me. So you're down enrollment from 1,375 students down from 19,000.
1,999.
I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
In 2016.
Yes.
That's a 31% decline.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So what does that equate to in terms of money?
For Clay County, according to our treasurer, state aid formula is about $7,500 per student. So you do the math, it's several $1 million that we're down.
And for a small county, that's pretty tough.
It's significant. It is significant.
You know, we bounce all around this, and some of you people that talk about consolidations. You know, the one thing that the state needs to do is to revise the funding formula for these schools. It hasn't been done for years and years and years. As a former educator, I saw this evolve. We just don't have the money, people, and it's getting worse. Every time we lose students, we lose dollars. It all equates to dollars. And I mean, I don't know how you resolve that. You sit here and you try to keep it together and hold everything together, but if you don't have the money to pay the teachers or run the buildings because we don't have the students, because I hate to say this, but those students equate to money. And how many students are we down this year, Michelle? In the whole state, did you say?
4,000?
Yeah, roughly. So we're down 4,000 students in the state of West Virginia this year. If you multiply that out by, what'd you say, 7,000 a student?
Yeah, that's what it is for Clay County. Yes.
Multiply 7,000 times that. That's that much less money that the legislature gives us to run those county school systems. I mean, it's that simple. So, I mean, I don't know the answer, but I do know that the legislature needs to revisit the funding formula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mrs. Sullivan?
Thank you. And in full disclosure, I have had a long-standing interest in and relationship with Clay County Schools. And I'm very familiar with their programs, and I've never been employed there. but I know, yeah, I know your back roads. So I do, and Mr. Gabriel, you have mentioned some excellent points, and I'm going to follow up on those in a second. But looking at your loss of enrollment this year, 88 you lost this last year to this year, and I'm wondering, is that decline tied to a decline in student population, student aged population, or children no longer attending your schools who have transferred to other county schools, or children not attending your public schools who are either homeschooling, Hope Scholars, or enrolled in charter schools, or people moving out of the county? Now, I've given you a list, and you can pick and choose.
You did. Let me answer all of those, or try to. How about that?
Okay.
It is all the above. We are losing population. Clay County is down to about 7,700 people. We were up around 10,000 people 10, 12 years ago. So we are losing population. After the flood of 16, you know, we saw a lot of people leave Clay County. There's a distinct line for us. So we call an average class size in Clay County about 125 to 150, a graduating class. 8th grade is the last of what we would call our regular size classes. It has about 130 students in it, give or take. From 7th grade down, we see 7th grade has 78 students in it. We see we're at like 103 at 6th grade. We're at 74 at 5th grade. So we see this coming. So we're losing enrollment each and every year due to this trend. So if you graduate 130, you bring 78 in, you see where we're losing enrollment. And I will say this, Clay County, we have 167 on homeschool. We have 30 Hope scholarships. Back to your numbers with math, I mean, do the math with that. It's become, I think, increasingly easier for parents. And I think there are parents out there who do a phenomenal job, and I'm not knocking that as far as Hope Scholarship and homeschool. But that is 197 students that are in Clay County that don't attend our public school.
And you also have included in that number 15 who are charter school students who would be on Hope scholarships.
Sure, yes.
And so, are there any steps that you're taking in the county to try to encourage people to come back to?
Sure.
Clay County?
We last year, when I became superintendent with Dr. Samples, who's with me here today, we made phone calls, sent letters. We do get some students back. It seems like we'll get 2 or 3 back this week, and then we'll lose 2 or 3 next week. So that is one of the steps we take. We also are publicizing the positive things about our schools, including our 100% certified teachers, or a high level or a high percentage of our teachers that are 100% certified. So we are making an attempt to get some of those students back.
I know you're working hard to do that. Just a related question, you know, we hear all the time about child care facilities, and Clay County, I don't even think you have a grocery store anymore. Do you have child care facilities, and is there some role that the schools could play?
There are some small ones, yes,
Okay.
mom and pop. As far as grocery stores, we have a couple Parmars in the county. There's a grocery store that is set to open up at the first of the year.
Good.
So yeah,
That's good. That's good to hear
Yes.
that. Now, to go back to the finance question, it's a big issue, and it's contributing to our closures and consolidations. And I understand how boards and superintendents have to deal with the reality of the money you have. For decades, the counties received allocations based on the previous year's second month enrollment. Okay, and that's still going on, right? And you could count on that as part of your current year budget. You knew what you were going to get. Charter schools have changed that dynamic in that it's my understanding that the amount you give for charter schools comes out of this year's money. So all of a sudden I figured out your bill is about $125,000 right now for those charter school students. And you build your budget in April and May and in the spring. What is the impact on you when all of a sudden you don't have $125,000?
Great question. So last year, we're a poor county, so we have to live within the state aid formula. So we reduced our personnel by about 10% last year, 26. That would include positions that were paid for through the COVID dollars. Also, as you recall, we closed 2 elementary schools last year. One had 32 in it, the other had in the mid-80s. And you're right, we plan our budget based on having X amount of dollars. So as you could, I mean, that's at least 2 professional positions, if not 3. According to the preliminary numbers this year, the December numbers we received, we are at formula for service personnel. Yeah, but we're still over at 2.31, but we're close. But having said that, we were projected to be at 1,471 students this year, Our actual enrollment is 1437. So that's also, it's lower than, and some of those are, like you say, some of those are homeschool. And then you always have students moving in and out, and then some of that obviously is Hope Scholarship.
Well, and just looking at the Hope Scholarship and issue, you have 32 children receiving Hope Scholarships. The amount of taxpayer money supporting these scholarships is right around $157,000. Now, that's not coming out of your, but there's money left on the table from Hope Scholarships in that the legislature does not have to give the total student allocation. And so right now, the state is saving, it looks like $113,000 by not having children go. So you're losing all across the board.
Yes.
And I keep saying we need to stop the bleed. And I think not only does the formula need to be revisited, but I think the Hope Scholarship needs to be revisited. The charter school issue needs to be revisited. How much money, I think with the charter schools, they get 99% of your allocation per student, for every student they have enrolled. You're left with 1%, which comes down to about $85, best I can tell, per student. The Hope Scholarship folks give you no money for administration. What kind of activities do you and your staff have to do related to charter and Hope School enrollment? In and out, following after assessment submissions? What are they doing?
We have, I have one board office employee that tracks our homeschool, and then we also have one that is designated for Hope Scholarship. So, and that's just like you say, we have to contact those folks for to take their achievement testing. So it definitely takes manpower, administrative power to do that.
So it's diverting attention from your own students
Sure.
enrolled in your schools.
Sure.
Okay. And I do have a final question. I still remember very vividly the folks who were visiting last year from H.E. White and
Lismore.
Lismore. Okay. How many of those students stayed in your schools?
We have a majority of the students from Lismore and about half of H.E. White. Remember, we had 82 or 86, I can't recall which, in Lismore, and 32 at H.E. White.
Okay. And do you know how many of them went out of county? I mean,
Some did.
Some did.
The new Clendon Elementary, some students went there.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I know that these are challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your good work.
Any other?
Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion that Clay County Board of Education's request to amend their 2020-2030 CEFP be approved?
So moved.
Been moved by Mr. Gabriel, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. Any other discussion, question? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item C, Clay County Board of Education's closure of Clay County Middle School and its consolidation into Clay County Elementary School, Big Otter Elementary School, and Clay County High School.
The Clay County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of Clay Middle School and its consolidation into Clay Elementary, Big Otter Elementary, and Clay County High School. This closure, as we mentioned, is contingent upon the SBA awarding of funds and would be for the 26-27 school year. As part of this action, applicable West Virginia Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for public inspection for the required amount of time. A hearing was held for Clay County Middle School on November 6th. Clay County High School held their hearing on November 7th. Big Otter Elementary had their hearing on November 12th. and Clay Elementary School hearing was on November 13th. The Clay County Board of Education voted to approve this closure at their November 19th board meeting.
Thank you. Any questions?
Are you comfortable with,
Mike? Mike?
will you help me? Are you comfortable with all the Ts are crossed and all the Is are dotted?
Yes, sir.
And how about transportation?
They are within the limits, especially this one. It's a pretty minimal transportation impact.
Yeah, I just want to go on record as transportation is good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sullivan?
I have a question for Superintendent Dobbins about the athletic program, the middle school athletic program. Right now,
Sure.
you have a robust middle school athletic program.
We do.
And by moving the sixth graders to back, or moving them to back to the elementary schools, what will be the impact on those sixth graders?
Sixth graders would still be eligible to participate even though they're under a different roof. And so Clay Elementary is really in close proximity.
Right.
Our transportation director, we bring buses now that will come down to Run. So, and it's about 7 more minutes, and our transportation director said that we would be able to bus sixth graders to the high school
Well,
after school.
You have, yeah, I mean, just looking at your bus times, and I know your folks, I mean, the county is geographically challenged. And I know you have long bus rides. What do you see as I mean, some of them are 68 minutes each way, and
Yeah,
they've
that's-
been that way.
They've been that way. We asked for and received a waiver last year during the school closures. We have people that live out Wyden Deal
Right.
area, and it
It's
is
a
what
long
it is.
ride.
It
Yeah,
is.
Yeah. What do you see as the impact of these long bus rides on children?
In this particular instance, there's not going to be any, it won't change hardly at all the bus times that are currently already in
Right,
effect.
Right. But just getting up in the middle of the night to get on the buses, what would be your earliest bus pickup?
I'm going to say school takes, I think the longest one, you're right, 68
68
minutes.
minutes.
So probably 6:30,
Yeah,
probably 6:30.
so that's
long.
unfortunate. I
It
mean,
is
I
unfortunate.
know you deal with it as well as can be done, and I applaud you for that.
Right.
It's just something we need to keep in mind as we're looking at the whole picture of the state.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions, discussion? Is there a motion that the closure of Clay County Middle and its consolidation into Clay County Elementary School, Big Otter Elementary School, and Clay County High School be approved?
So moved.
Been moved by Mr. Gabriel. Is there a second? Seconded by Mrs. Sullivan. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we are going to take a necessary break for about 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 11:45. Call this meeting back to order. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Preston County Board of Education's closure of Fellowsville Elementary School and its consolidation into South Preston High School, or South Preston School.
As far as this action goes, this closure was already in the county CEFP, so there's no CEFP amendment for the next two Preston County items. Preston County Board of Education is respectfully requesting approval for the closure of Fellowsville Elementary School and its merger into South Preston School. This closure is not contingent on any other action and is proposed to occur at the end of the 24-25 school year. In consideration of the closure, applicable West Virginia Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for public inspection for the required amount of time. Hearings were held for Fellowsville Elementary School and South Preston Elementary School at separate times on October 29th. The Preston County Board of Education voted to close these schools on November 18th board meeting. Additionally, Preston County Board of Education is requesting a waiver of policy 433-6 for creating bus routes that exceed the recommended duration of transportation time. Related to this bus waiver request, Preston County is submitting information that reduces those times that were originally in the impact statement. So in those charts, it'll show reasoning and the lesser times. Superintendent Martin is here to answer any questions you have, and you have two manila folders on your desk that have his information in it.
Okay, good morning. Members of the board, Superintendent Blatt, representatives from the West Virginia Department of Education, and members of the public who are here in attendance today. My name is Brad Martin, and I'm Superintendent of Preston County Schools. And today I'm joined by members of our central office team, including, and they're seated here in the second row, our Assistant Superintendent Personnel Director, Angie Varner, our Chief Business Officer and Treasurer, Katrina Kerstetter, and our Director of Transportation, Steve Plum. We are here today to discuss and propose the closure of Fellowsville Elementary School and with merger with South Preston School. The action is requested to occur at the conclusion of the academic year and would result in the movement of all pre-K through fourth grade students from Fellowsville Elementary to South Preston for the 2025-26 academic year. School closure and merger process is detailed within West Virginia Board of Education Policy 6204. And today's meeting obviously has been convened for you as the board to publicly deliberate and decide on whether to proceed or reject the proposed action. This decision is obviously not an easy one. I was a former principal of Fellowsville Elementary and for 3 years, and I know and have witnessed the school's reputation for strong academics and community support, and that was certainly evident through the public hearing process. We had a large number of students, parents, staff, members of the community who attended and spoke passionately during the public hearings for the proposed closure in late October, which was referenced in the transcripting. Despite these compelling arguments, I'm here to briefly summarize the reasoning for the recommendation to close Fellowsville. First, I would begin by saying that this action was included, as Mr. Whitlow alluded to, was included in the district's original submission of its comprehensive educational facilities plan in 2020 and was approved by the state board in 2020. Next, it should be noted that Fellowsville has seen a substantial decrease in enrollment. In reviewing long-term statistics, the school has seen a 50.8% decrease in student enrollment over a 10-year span, assessed between the 2015-16 school year and the current academic year, totaling a loss of 63 students. It should also be noted that during the 21-22 school year, that the Preston County Board of Education did shift fifth grade students from Fellowsville to South Preston for the 22-23 academic school year and beyond. This action actually resulted in the next year of an increase in enrollment at the school. However, the school has seen decreases over the last 2 years. During this time span, to speak of obviously the loss of enrollment at Fellowsville, Preston County Schools has seen an overall 16% decrease in enrollment, totaling a loss of 736 students over that span. This substantial loss of student enrollment at both the school and district level has had a hugely negative impact on on our finances, as state level funding is obviously proposed and derived from student enrollment. In assessing this year compared to last year, Fellowsville has lost 16 students, dropping to 59 students from 75 last year. The district as a whole has lost 177 students this year, dipping from 3,935 students to 3,758 students this year. When assessing the dramatic drop in students, this also results in the reduction of funding from both the professional and service personnel positions, which was alluded to earlier in the meeting. Based on this year's enrollment, the district will be required to eliminate at least 12 professional positions and 16 service positions. We made substantial cuts in personnel last year. We had to cut positions related to federal ESSER funds. We had to cut funding related to our levy, we attempted to run an excess levy last spring, and then again this fall. Both unfortunately were unsuccessful. And certainly we had to reduce a number of students, or a number of positions related to our overall loss of enrollment. The action of not closing the schools will result in higher percentages of staff from other schools throughout the county being placed in reduction in force and transfer situations. It will also result in substantially higher student-teacher ratios in schools throughout the district, making it harder in some instances or impossible to maintain levels to allow for block scheduling, which we have incorporated in many of our schools. And it also should be noted that our efforts to try to live within the state aid formula are important in the fact that Preston County was actually taken over by the State Board of Education back in 2009, due primarily to the fact that we were persistently operating above in a deficit situation and above the mark of the state aid formula. To assess the facilities that we're talking about in this instance, the Fellows Elementary School was considered to be in fair condition as assessed by Thrasher Engineering in the 2019 assessment for our CEFP. The estimated cost for potential repairs at the school approached $2 million. However, in assessing South Preston, this school was built in 2014, so it's a much newer facility. It was considered in excellent condition by Thrasher Engineering. And looking at capacity levels, South Preston's student capacity was determined to be at 629 students as assessed this year. South has sufficient capacity to entail the enrollment of Fellows,ville, which currently stands at 59 students. South's current student enrollment stands at 308. So again, at 367, South Preston is certainly able to absorb has the building capacity to house both Fellows,ville and South Preston. Next, in talking in finance, the closure of Fellows,ville Elementary is estimated to save a total of $683,747.29. These savings are primarily derived from personnel reductions, estimated to be $623,932. The anticipated elimination of 6 professional and 4.5 service personnel positions. In addition, looking at the average per pupil expenditures for the entire district between fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 24 was $11,540.72, while the average of Fellows,ville over the same span was $15,940.90. This is a difference of $4,418 per student. The gap is widening, unfortunately. In fiscal year 24 numbers show the county per pupil expenditure to be at $13,451.82, while Fellows,ville's was at $18,741.44, a difference of $5,289.62 per student. Again, I must state that operating Fellows,ville will contribute to the slow drain of local finance resources on the personnel side in regards to the personnel side and needed repairs that would need to be completed at the building. When we have a building that is less than 10 years old with sufficient capacity that is less than 6 miles away. Fellows,ville, the one thing that must be noted is Fellows,ville has had a proven academic record over a number of years. Their 3rd and 4th grade students are annually assessed using the West Virginia General Summative Assessment. South Preston has also utilized the West Virginia, the GSA, and South Preston has up to 8th grade students because it is a pre-K through 8 building. Fellows,ville on average has performed favorably to South Preston, which statistics are provided in the packets provided. It should be noted that Fellows,ville is a current feeder school for South Preston students. So when students enter into the 5th grade, they would normally go to South Preston. 5th through 8th grade Fellows,ville area students, again, are part of the South Preston community. The school is 5.5 miles, as we said earlier. The trip is made daily for students in grades 5 through 8 from the Fellows,ville area. Many students, there are 18 students who have currently requested for an intra-county transfer to attend South Preston rather than at Fellows Elementary. Parents have typically indicated the reasoning for that is they want all their children in a singular building. In assessment of transportation for Fellows students, the information that was compiled for the documents that were put to the public for the impact statement and supporting data related to the school closure of Fellowsville and merger with South Preston was submitted with absolute worst-case scenarios for possible maximum length of ride, taking into account factors such as inclement weather and existing enrolled students at the time of the submission. Since the filing of the original report, we have seen a loss of students, with some being transported daily by parents, 2 students moving from the area, multiple students dropping to charter and homeschool status, and 1 student who will be graduating next year. All of these student changes will reduce the number of stops next year and would result in the reduced student times, on-bus student times below the 60-minute threshold required in code. And that, much of that information is included in your packets, board members. It should also be noted that the bus routes included for possible closure at Fellowsville Elementary are all existing bus routes. We currently have a bus that daily, and any of these routes stated currently run to South Preston, so they're not necessarily newly created routes. In addition, there were 3 routes included in the impact statement that listed possible worst maximum capacities in excess of 60 minutes. Since the originally filed report, our Transportation Director, Mr. Plum, has worked with current drivers on the routes to closely scrutinize stated times and to determine a more accurate picture of anticipated on-bus times for students for routes listed in the packets as N47, N48, and F27. Through this process and based on the loss of students that were previously stated, it is plotted that our new anticipated times are attached to the documents that you have in your possession or are within compliance standards. Finally, it should be noted that 1 bus route in the Newburgh area was eliminated due to the loss of enrollment in the spring of 2024. So last year, through the personnel processes, we did reduce a bus route in this area. The reduction was not related to the proposed closure. However, if we would be unable to get we would have an influx of students, or if we would see that the times were in excess of the stated requirements, this would be a position that could be reinstated with the potential the personnel savings that we would have generated by the closure of the schools. Overall, this proposed closure is being recommended primarily due to the significant decline of enrollment at Fellowsville and the district at large, due to the substantial cost savings and also the substantial cost savings that would be associated with the closure. While I'm aware of the virtues and positives associated with small schools such as Fellowsville, the district's current circumstances with the large loss of county enrollment, the loss of our excess levy, and which with multiple rejections, make continued operation of Fellowsville economically not feasible or responsible. Unfortunately, obviously, with the many groups that are here today, Preston County is not alone in pursuing closure proceedings, with multiple counties bringing closure recommendations for numerous schools around the state. Board members, I know this is a terribly difficult decision for you to make, but I implore you to please approve the recommended closure for the reasons I've stated.
Madam Chair, has the meeting reconvened?
Yes, sir, it has.
At this time, board members, I will be open to any question from Mr. Whitlow.
Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you, and thank you, Superintendent Martin. It's, your explanation is very thorough, and you say it's painful for us. It is.
I'm sure.
It's painful for all of you, for employees of the school systems, for the families, for the businesses, for the communities. It's really, this hits at the heart of who we are as West Virginians. In your document, I found a very interesting sentence. I don't think I've seen it anywhere else. You note that the population of Preston County has increased approximately 19% over a 20-year span, from the year 2000 to 2020. It also notes that in contrast, student population has continued to decline. So we have that happening. So I'm wondering, I notice you have 648 homeschoolers.
Yeah, I'll confirm those numbers beforehand, just knowing that
Okay.
might be a potential question.
Okay, 648. Were they in your schools, or are these people moving to Preston County because of the beauty of where are those children
In terms
coming
of the influx of population, a lot of that I think is attributed to our proximity to Montague County. We're very close, the Brewston area and the western portions of our county are very close to Morgantown. So a lot of our populace works in Morgantown. The southern portion of the county, unfortunately, has seen a substantial amount of decline of population. I taught in southern Preston County for about 10 years and was principal, of course, at Fellows,ville for 3. And, there's just been substantial job loss. I mean, a major employer in the Fellows,ville area was the Whitetail Mine, which employed 300 plus individuals. When it closed, there was a lot of jobs that went that. And people still live there, still have to drive some distance. There's just not a lot of local employment options. But we do have a lot of residents that move due to the proximity to primarily Morgantown and Clarksburg.
You have 648 homeschoolers. Would they have been attending your schools at one point, or?
In some instances, yes, and in some parents have declared for homeschool at for example at the kindergarten grade level, in which then those students have to be maintained on our homeschool listing for the amount of time that they're enrolled in school, unless they were to return to us.
Okay.
And as alluded to, I think in the Clay County proposal, we do get students that come back, whether it's from homeschool, whether it's from Hope Scholarship situations where they'll go for some time, come back, but as Superintendent from Clay alluded to, we lose some, then we gain some back. But obviously we have a substantial number of homeschool students. We have 250 that are also involved in the Hope Scholarship proceedings as well. So we have a very large number of students that are potential students that are unfortunately not with us.
And do you have to hire, with all those students, do you have to hire a full-time manager at the board office?
We
to
have
deal with that?
our attendance director, for a short period of time before I came superintendent. I began, like when the Hope Scholarship first came in, as assistant superintendent, that was something I was tracking. However, that is now the duties of our attendance director that tracks both of our homeschool and our Hope Scholarship.
Okay. Well, it appears that you have 90 charter school students, and that includes 32 going over to Morgantown.
Correct, the West Virginia Academy.
For the brick and mortar school there, and you have 58 attending online. Do you know the ages of these children that are attending online schools?
Typically, the online version, honestly,
It's
Mrs.
all-
Sullivan, it does vary.
Okay.
However, we do not have a virtual option. I think our virtual option goes only down to grade 6 and higher.
Right.
So in some instances, some of our younger students, because we can't offer a virtual option, if they're looking for something that's not in-person education, we can't necessarily offer, we don't currently offer virtual at those lower grades. So, that is a possibility that we're losing some students to counties that do afford that. Like Upshur County, for example, does offer that option.
Okay, well, and I'm glad you mentioned that, the 6th grade, because I believe the Department of Education does not recommend virtual learning for children under the 6th grade. And that is supported by research. That, children need the socialization, they need all the things that schools offer, the nutrition, the health, the whole thing.
I would strongly concur. Our experiences during COVID-19, it was a definite struggle for our lower elementary students, and obviously there's been a great deal of time, money, and efforts to try to catch those students up, but it was, those are critical time periods, and virtual education is just, I think it's not ideal for students of the age level referenced.
And so those 90 students are costing you $728,000 this year.
Yeah, I'd say Mrs. Kerstetter could believe.
Yeah, so, and that's a big chunk.
It is.
And it's contributing to what you're doing right now with, it's a part of it, it's not the whole thing.
One thing that we're trying to do, and we actually have it on our current agenda though, is doing a better job in terms of doing exit interviewing process when parents are willing to supply said information, trying to get to the root of problems why individuals are leaving our district so that we can be, certainly try to provide resources and to try to curb, the loss of students that we're seeing at the district level.
Good. And and I'm not surprised to hear you say that. Yeah, you're very proactive up there in Preston County. Looking at Hope information, it looks like you have 264 children receiving Hope scholarships, and that would include some of the children going to charter schools.
Yes.
It would also include some of the homeschoolers.
What we're seeing there, and it's a disturbing trend, is they're really, from me processing through a lot of the Hope requests, they are often students who will be entering into kindergarten. So again, there's a lot of long-term ramifications to that if you're unable to recoup those students and bring them back into a public school setting.
Now, in special education services, are those provided under Hope scholarships or charter schools? I know the public schools do them.
If they go to a charter school setting, the students' IEP considerations would travel with them.
Okay.
In regards to some of the micro schools and other options, homeschool, no, at that juncture,
Okay.
their services that would be in line with their IEP would be
Okay.
discontinued.
And so we don't know how many children who need special education services are not receiving them.
Unless they went to a charter
Unless
school.
they-
If they went to a charter school
they
setting,
are,
that's
but
something
if-
that we do track, that when we get Hope
Right.
requests, we determine if the student has an IEP.
Okay. So with those 264 children, the taxpayers, they've come to about 1.3 million that could be going to Preston County schools.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's a difficult time, and the problems that not just you but counties are facing financially, it's bringing us to this day, and it's, we can't afford to have parallel school systems, and that's what we need to understand. We need to understand that reality, and we need to focus on strengthening our public school systems. So, thank you for all your good work.
Any other questions? Comments? I do know that you have revised your transportation travel times.
Yes, ma'am.
And just made some quirks or
Yeah.
tweaks. That's the word I'm looking for.
I asked that be entered into the record as part of his process, that chart.
Yeah, if you would explain a little bit about the process that you used for us. Thank
Sure.
you.
Obviously, when we looked at those times initially, there were students on the books. And, one thing that in speaking with Mr. Plum, I felt it was really important to provide a potential worst-case scenario for the general public when they were going through the hearing process. What I didn't want to do was to provide artificially lesser times just for the sake of appeasing the public. I felt it was important to be realistic in that. Obviously, with the Fellowsville, some of those times were inherited. Again, the process that we went through is, again, Mr. Plum working in conjunction with the drivers to assess the realities of the current busing system. Early in the school year, when you were looking at these bus lists, there's a lot of kids that may be potentially included on the list that never ride, have moved away. It's a process that we obviously have to go through and clean up those lists. To ensure that our times are accurate. We have to advertise it to the public, but at times we do have to adjust our routes accordingly. But through that process, Mr. Plum, working in conjunction with the drivers, found some of those inefficiencies that we could provide a more accurate look, which is compliant related to the current standards associated with travel times.
Having grown up in Grafton, I'm more than familiar with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
terrain of especially southern.
Well, Preston County has a lot of unique challenges in terms
It
of
does.
transportation. I believe we have the second most amount of roadway. We have one consolidated high school. So we definitely have some unique challenges as it relates to transportation. Some of those were certainly brought forth in the delegation group for Wetzel County, mentioning some of their struggles as well.
Because South Preston School was South Preston High School, correct?
It was Tunnelton High School at one time.
Okay.
I worked there. My parents went to school there, but that was the old building downtown. Was built in approximately 1914. That was originally Tunnelton High School. At one time, I went to school there at Central Preston Middle. I went there as Central Preston Junior High School. Then it became South Preston School. And then we were successfully able to pass a bond back in 2010 in which a new South Preston was built down in behind the previous Tunnelton Denver Elementary School.
So South Preston School is pre-K to 8?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion that the closure of Fellowsville Elementary School and the related policy 4336 waiver requested as revised be approved? Moved by Dr. Stansberry. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Sullivan. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you both very much. Well, hang on.
One more.
Item E, Preston County Board of Education, the closure of Rosburg School and its consolidation into Aurora.
Again, this closure was already in the county's CEFP, so no amendment was necessary. The Preston County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of Rosburg and its merger into Aurora School. This closure is not contingent on any other action and is proposed to occur at the end of the 24-25 school year. In consideration of the closure, applicable Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed. Documents were available for public inspection for the required time, and a hearing was held for Aurora School on October 28th, and then Rosburg School on October 30th. The Preston County Board of Education voted to approve this closure at their November 18th board meeting. Additionally, Preston County Board of Education is requesting a waiver of policy 4336 for creating bus routes that exceed the recommended amount of time for elementary students. Again, Superintendent Martin is here for questions. You have another manila folder.
Again, just to speak to the point in regards to the Rosburg School, the closure of Rosburg and merger with Aurora School. This action is proposed to occur at the end of the academic year as referenced, going into effect for the 25-26 school year. School closure, in this instance, again, I would say the decision to close Rosburg is not an easy one, as stakeholders, again, spoke very passionately about maintaining the school. This small community, and this is a community that's been impacted in years past. Of course, the 1985 flood, which destroyed, caused terrible damage to the high school, and the closure of that school. It's a painful subject for Rosburg for sure. I would indicate that again, the closure of the Rosburg School was included in the original submission of our CEFP in 2020 and was state board approved. Again, as we stated with Fellowsville, Rosburg has seen substantial decreases in enrollment. The school has seen a 69.9% decrease in student enrollment over a 10-year span. This accounts to a total loss of 79 students. During this time span, again, Preston County has lost 16% and 736 students. Again, and all the things that we referenced earlier, again, we've lost 177 students total this year. Rosburg lost 12 students from last year, dropping to currently 33 enrolled students at Rosburg. This is in grades kindergarten through 8th, so again, very, very small enrollment for a school with that configuration. When assessing this substantial drop, it also results in reduction of positions, as we referenced with the Fellowsville closure. We are currently having to look at 12 professional positions, 16 service positions, and the service we would have to cut a little larger because currently we are over state aid formula for service personnel positions. Some student IEP requirements have required us to add additional staffing. Without the closures of these schools, it's going to be extremely difficult, again, to maintain within the state aid formula. And for many of the reasons referenced with Fellowsville, again, all of the reasons referenced, it would be difficult for us to get to that level. Obviously, it would impact other schools' student-teacher ratios and have just overall a negative impact on other district schools related to the continued maintenance and operation of Rosburg. The Rosburg building is considered to be in good to fair condition as assessed by Thrasher Engineering in 2019. Improvements approach nearly $1 million at Rosburg to bring the building up there to full standards. Aurora School has an assessed program capacity of 333 students. And currently, Aurora enrollment is at 144. So with 33 and 144, 177 students could certainly be housed at the Aurora School based on the current numbers. The closure of Rosburg School is estimated to save a total of $648,215.90, with these savings again being derived primarily from personnel reductions. And looking at the average per pupil expenditures, it's startling. Fiscal 18 through fiscal 24, again, the district average being at $11,540.72. Rosburg over that same span was $17,918.02. This is a difference of $6,377.30 per student. And looking at and if you're looking at the current fiscal year, again, this is a worsening issue as referenced with Fellows,ville. Current district average per pupil expenditures at $13,451.82, whereas Rosburg is over $22,000, a difference of $9,466.46 per student. Again, as I must state, operating Rosburg will continue to be a slow drain of local school districts if we continue to operate as is. Due to the small enrollment currently, one thing that I do want to reference is the current circumstances at Rosburg, because it's different than at Fellows,ville. Fellows,ville has, each standard grade level. Rosburg is in situations where we've had to maintain split classrooms. We are actually currently operating a kindergarten through fourth grade classroom at Rosburg due to the extremely small number of students. The majority of students at Rosburg are more so at the upper grade levels comparative to, they just have a very, very small number in kindergarten through fourth, which again is an ongoing problem because with those low numbers, it's hard for the school to grow. Rosburg, in comparing Rosburg's performance on the general summative assessment related to Aurora, Aurora does compare favorably. In English language arts, there was a difference of 4.46% favorable to Aurora, and a difference of 1.56% in mathematics. During the previous proposed school closure of Rosburg, because this was something that was brought to our local board back in 2018, a major expressed concern is that if we were to look back historically at the public hearings, there was a strong sentiment that there was not a desire for Rosburg students to be split amongst a number of schools. The plan back then had Rosburg going to, I believe, 4 different schools: Terre Haute East Preston, South Preston, Kingwood Elementary, and Central Preston Middle School. So we were cognizant of that and looking at the current plan to try to find a location for the students that is, a singular location ideally, but also a school that's probably more in line with the small school environment that the students have been accustomed to there. So again, Aurora with 144 students is not an overly large facility. We felt like comparatively with the Rosburg students, this would be much more in line with the type of school they've been used to attend. Aurora is not the closest option. I just want to note that. It is 2 miles further to go to Aurora comparative to some of the other options available. The Kingwood area schools are 2 miles closer. Terre Haute East Preston is 0.7 miles closer than going to Aurora, but in good faith, I wanted to disclose that. There have been concerns during I'm sure in reviewing the materials, there were concerns that have been expressed by some within the Rosburg community about travel up and down Cheat Mountain. It is a 9% grade. I would also say that we have students that travel up a 9% grade on the Cadell Mountain on Route 7 daily, coming from the Aurora area and Terre Haute areas going to Preston High School daily. Travel would be primarily on Route 50. It is considered a major highway and a priority snow route. One thing that was included in the packets provided, and I believe was in the previous information, Mr. Plum did ask for a member of the Transportation Department, West Virginia Department of Ed Transportation Department, to ride the route and provide an assessment. He indicated that a bus could safely navigate the span with due care, and I think we understand that as well. Anytime we have students going up and down mountainous terrain, it's very important to take those things into consideration. It is felt that Aurora is the school that most closely compares to Rosburg in many aspects, and the schools both have relatively small enrollments, yet they are considered to be community hubs. The school currently shares multiple teachers, and this was another thing that came into the consideration is there are teachers at the Aurora school that travel between the two schools. So there would be a similar experience, the possibility that the kids would still have access to some of the teachers that they had while at Rosburg. For parents who are concerned about the potential travel considerations to Aurora, current board policy, we have an intra-county transfer policy that does allow, and it specifically references Rosburg area students in the fact that they can request an intra-county transfer to either any of the Kingwood area schools and be afforded with transportation. So again, if there are parents who have concerns about the travel to Aurora, we feel that we provided a viable option for parents. And if this measure is approved, our plans will be to meet with Rosburg area parents and students, make sure they are availed with the information related to our intra-county transfer process, and we would certainly, get that paperwork filed as soon as possible. We want to be able to assess that as soon as possible because, again, that helps us in related to if more Rosburg students, for example, would choose to go to Kingwood area schools, that would potentially decrease transportation time from Rosburg to Aurora, even though we are just slightly above the 45-minute threshold that's listed within code. Overall, the proposed closure is being recommended primarily due to the significant decline of enrollment at Rosburg and the district at large. While I'm aware of the virtues and positives associated with Rosburg, the district's current circumstances, a large loss of enrollment, and our fiscal situations do not make continuing to operate Rosburg efficient or feasible. I would be at this point open to any questions from the board, or if Mr. Whitlow, if you need to add anything else at this time.
Questions?
I think you did a fine third job.
Thank you, sir.
I think you did a fine third job. I
Thank you, sir.
appreciate all the work you put in. Mike, you okay with those questions I asked?
Yes, sir. The rules are followed and transportation meets the requirements.
Okay, sounds good.
Any other questions, Mrs. Sullivan?
And I agree with Mr. Gabriel's assessment. But the other thing that I find impressive is the amount of work that you and your staff, including your teachers and principals and board staff and your board members, are doing to generate understanding among your families, so that parents understand, and just that the options exist. You talked about if they want to go to a different school within the county, you'll help figure that out.
Absolutely, and the policy was put forth in 2022, which was my first year as superintendent, because there were Rosburg area families who were approaching the board about the opportunity to potentially attend Kingwood area schools. We have students currently enrolled at Kingwood Elementary and Central Preston that have gone through that intra-county transfer process. And in the 6+ years that we've had the policy in place, we've denied none. And I mean, I could speak to Mrs. Varner. We try our level best. We don't want to deny any of those, if at all possible. And I think the board, our local board, I don't want to speak for them, but I think obviously, we would look to try to staff those schools, and if at all possible, be able to fulfill any requests that were placed in, specifically looking at Rosburg.
Thank you. Thank you.
With no other questions, is there a motion that the closure of Rosburg School and related policy 4336 waiver be approved?
So move.
Been moved by Mr. Dunleavy,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you all.
Item F, amendment of Wetzel County Board of Education's 2020-2030 Comprehensive Educational Facilities Plan. Mr. Whitlow and Superintendent Porter.
With the amendment of Wetzel County CEFP, again, this is just the planning document. Policy 6200 requires all local boards of education to submit amendments to CFPs to this board and the school building authority. The Wetzel County Board of Education requests approval to include the closure and consolidation of multiple schools within the county. It is proposed that Hund High School be consolidated into Valley High School, and Peyton City High School be consolidated into Magnolia High School grades 9-12 and New Martinsville School grades 7-8. These closures are proposed to occur at the end of the 24-25 school year. Superintendent Porter and her staff are available to make a presentation and answer any questions that you may have.
Good morning, Superintendent Blatt, President White, and the rest of the State Board. I'm Cassie Porter, current Superintendent of Wetzel County Schools. Wetzel County Schools is in a critical juncture, facing significant demographic challenges that necessitate a thoughtful and proactive response to ensure the continued success of our educational system. The county's population has declined by 15.2% since 2010. Correspondingly, student enrollment has dropped by nearly 800 students during that same period, placing pressure on our schools and raising questions about the sustainability of our current infrastructure. In light of these demographic shifts, Wetzel County Schools is proposing the consolidation of Hund High School into Valley High School, Peyton City High School into Magnolia High School, and the integration of 7th and 8th grade from Peyton City into New Martinsville School. This proactive step is necessary to address the diminishing student population, aging infrastructures, while ensuring continued access to high-quality education for all students. The consolidation offers an opportunity to optimize resources, saving over $900,000 a year, maintain educational standards, and strengthens the long-term sustainability of our schools. The consolidation will lead to adjustments in student transportation. Travel times will increase for some students, particularly those from the Hund High School area, but the increases will not require waivers. The consolidation will greatly enhance the academic opportunities available to Wetzel County students, with fewer schools and a larger, more diverse student body at Magnolia High School and Valley High School and New Martinsville School. Students will have access to a wider range of courses, all taught by certified, qualified educators. This will provide them with more choices and a richer educational experience, better preparing them for the future, for academics and career success. In conclusion, the proposed consolidation of Hund High School into Valley High School and Peyton City High School into Magnolia High School and the integration of the 7th and 8th grade into New Martin School is a necessary and strategic response to the challenges by declining enrollment, aging infrastructure, and financial constraints. While we acknowledge that there will be challenges, particularly in terms of transportation and community impact, the long-term benefits of this consolidation far outweigh the difficulties. By optimizing resources, improving facilities, streamlining operations, Wetzel County Schools will better position to provide high-quality education for all students, ensuring the sustainability of our educational system for years to come. Thank you.
Any questions? Mrs. Sullivan?
Thank you. Thank you. Hard times, and for everybody concerned. It's very difficult, I'm sure, for you all to be here and for us to be here too, to walk with you on this path. Just listening to the fervor of your residents, I heard, I think, at least one person say that they weren't opposed to consolidation in general, but they were opposed to this plan. Was my understanding correct?
So our current plan is to move from 4 high schools, we have 4 small high schools, to 2 high schools, but looking forward then to move into 1 high school. Unfortunately, with our current setup, our resources are spread so thin that all of our students in Wetzel County do not have the same opportunities. They do not all have certified teachers, and we have some students in classrooms with virtual teachers.
And I'm going to take little pieces at a time, if that's okay with you and with the agreement of fellow board members. Career technical opportunities. I know that at least from 100, we heard about the various programs that they have going up there. It sounded like a culinary program and computer and engineering and STEAM and various stuff. FFA and lots of things. I was unclear. It seems like those are grassroots programs that Hund High School has started. It's just because they're interested in these things, that students brought it. How did these come about?
Sure. So they did work very hard on putting those programs in. They have the Funky Florist, which is a business located in their school, which does serve the community and surrounding areas. They also have a culinary program. We are currently almost finished with construction on a brand new Pro Start and baking and pastries facility at our Career Tech Center. So in Wetzel County, our Career Tech Center is a separate building, which all 4 schools do send students to. So the baking and pastries will not go away. And then the Hundred High School will work with Valley High School. They both have strong FFAs, and we hope that they will be even stronger when we integrate their Funky Florist and what all Valley has to offer at Valley as well.
I was unclear, and I had to go to Google to see where is the Career Tech Center. And I didn't write down the town, but it appears to be 7 miles from Peyton City High School, and about 3 from Magnolia, and 29 from Hundred, and 15 from Valley. Am I correct?
That's probably pretty close, yes. Our
Okay.
Career Tech Center is located off of 7 on Route 20.
Okay.
Off of 2 on Route 7.
And what town would that be?
New Martinsville.
Okay, all right, I know New Martinsville. So what does the enrollment in the CTE Center right now look like from Peyton City and Hundred? Are those students coming there?
So we have 10% of our students coming from 100, which is 7 students, because currently our enrollment is 64 from 100, and it is a travel for them to come to that. They also have the option to go to a Marion County Tech Center as well. Some of our kids even go to Mauvetai from Peyton City. So there are various options for our kids to travel to that center. We currently do have almost 100 students enrolled in our Career Tech Center. It has grown substantially in the last year.
And they're primarily, I guess, from Magnolia and Magnolia. Does the CTE Center have a full complement of academic teachers? So if let's say a child from Hundred wants to really spend the day there, can they get their English and their math and their science and their social studies?
Yeah, they actually can. So this year, as a senior, if you are on track to graduate, we do have an English teacher, a math teacher, a special ed teacher, and we do have to stream in our science. Mr. Kimball, who runs our tech center, is wanting to expand that to juniors as well, so that if they are on track to graduate, they could spend the whole day there. Many of our kids ask for that because after they're finished with their welding or electric, they would like to be a teacher's aide and then get more time in the lab area. So we did make that happen this year, and we plan to continue to grow that.
Okay, good. And you mentioned transportation, and that's a concern. Already, it's a concern.
Yes.
And I know that the terrain is challenging in I'll just call it the 100 area of the county, geographically challenging, but beautiful. And if you look at a topographic map, you can really get a sense of what your bus drivers are dealing with and your families. But your attendance is very high in really, and I just looked at your high schools, honestly.
Our attendance is over 90% in all of our schools currently.
Right, and one of them, one of the high schools was 93%. It looks like with the children from Hundred going to Valley, their bus rides would increase by at least 40 minutes each way. So some bus rides would be 80 and 90 minutes long.
That is our worst case scenario. So when we did our documents, that is our worst case scenario.
Please,
We also currently do have some students who are families who choose to go to Clay Battelle because that is closer for them, or Cameron High School that is closer for them, or even North Marion High School. So we do have families that choose to make different choices. We feel at this time, though, our best option for all of our students in Wetzel County would be to consolidate.
And you're right there up, snuggled up with the border with other states. Do you have any children who are choosing out-of-state options?
They can choose to go to
They
PA.
can, they can, okay. Looking at just some funding facts. You have, it looks like 30 charter pupils. Do you know how old they are? Are they elementary, middle, or high school?
We have we have about 40 Hope Scholar kids.
Okay, but just looking at because the charter school kids do not get Hope scholarships.
Right,
But how
we don't have charter schools.
No, but you have some who are taking virtual charter school. okay?
Okay.
According to information I have from the department, there are 30 children who are enrolled in virtual charter.
West
in
Virginia virtual.
Well, in one of those two, and they're run essentially by out-of-state for-profit institutions. So those virtual charter school pupils, and it might be interesting for you all to figure out how old are they? Because if they're below sixth grade, virtual is just not recommended.
No.
You know, and I know you know, as an educator, you don't recommend it.
No, we
It'd be
don't.
good to have these kids in your schools. But so that's 244,000 coming out of your budget that you hadn't planned for, correct?
Correct.
And then you have 95 homeschool students that, you know, at last count, I mean, that could change up or down. And you have 20 Hope Scholars. Now, some of those are homeschool students, I understand that. And I guess you can tell by now, having spent the morning with us, how appalled I am at the cost of these programs to our public schools and how this is decimating your ability to run. I mean, I know you would like to keep all your small schools. I would hope anyway. So $98,000 in Hope scholarships are being used on your county. And the state would be holding on to the balance of $66,000 that's not going to education at all. I think I added up, it was $88 million across the state that could be going to our schools. I just will put that out there. And I'm assuming that you're working to have homeschool students take advantage of, what kind of ways are they taking advantage of Wetzel County opportunities? Are they playing on your sports teams? Are they taking courses in your schools?
So they can, but not as many would take advantage. Of course, we'd like to have all those kids in
Yeah.
public school.
Right.
It's just the way of the world right now.
Yeah, well, but they are, but I assume if they enroll in your courses, that they have to pay for them? How does that work?
Yeah, it depends what track they're on and how that works. We really try to make everything accessible to all of our students as possible, and our hope is getting them into some of those courses, especially at our tech center, would then make them want to become full-time students again.
You know, I'm wondering, and again, I've read all your documentation, and I read the comments that came in, you know, that were included in that document, and I've heard people speak. Is there a rush to do this, or is this, it sounds, and again, I am only as good as the information I can read or hear or hear.
Sure.
It appears that folks don't necessarily feel that they've been listened to, that they've had the opportunity
So
to really weigh
this
in.
has been coming for years, as you know, this decline in our enrollment. And when we started out this school year, for example, we really struggled to make sure that we had certified teachers. We went weeks without having all of our positions filled. We currently don't have chemistry teachers in all of our high schools. We don't have in-person math teachers in all of our high schools. And part of our problem is our resources are spread so thin that if we are able to consolidate those resources and bring those teachers in, we will be able to offer more educational opportunities, more personalized education plans. Some of our students are on a track to take the classes that they have to take by state code, but then their electives are chosen for them because we're just unable to offer all of those. And currently, not all of our high schools have the same opportunities. So our goal would be for all of our students to have FFA, TSA, those opportunities. Even some of our extremely small schools haven't been able to compete this year. They might start the season in their athletics, and I know this is about the education of students, but I do believe that athletics and being involved in sports and activities is an important part of growing process. And we've had some teams that have not been able to finish the season. This would also allow for those slightly larger schools. I mean, if we consolidate Valley and 100, we're still going to be hopefully around 200, maybe a little bit less. And by consolidating Peyton City with Magnolia, we should be 350, 375. So we will still have very small schools, but we will be able to offer more opportunities.
And I'm no authority on the SSAC rules, so I'll look to Mr. Dunleavy. But it seems to me if a school does not offer a particular sport, that they can go to, that those students can go to another school in their county and be involved in sports.
And we have looked at that with our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade specifically, because currently our Long Drain school doesn't have enough kids to have a football team in the middle school sector, and our Short Line does, and they would actually then both be feeding to Valley, so then we could form that cooperative and make more opportunities for those middle school students as well. So hopefully by strengthening all of that, starting in middle school and going up, that would be beneficial for all of our students.
And I understand that the schools not being able to field teams is a problem in many places anymore, and that the transfer portal thing exacerbated that problem.
Yes.
I don't know if Wetzel was hit by that, but I'm just wondering if
We do currently have students that leave and go to consolidated schools for athletics or more opportunities from Wetzel.
Well, I just wonder if it would be worth you all sitting down again, and I don't know if time is of the I'm sorry.
I honestly don't think that we have the time, the amount of work that we have put into this to get to this point, to make sure that we offer these opportunities. We are not preparing our students the way we need to prepare them educationally. Our test scores show that. We rank very, very low. We need to pull our resources together, in our opinion.
Okay, looking at your seniors, they graduate. What percentage of them, just ballpark, what percentage of let's look at 100 and Peyton City. What percentage of them are going on to higher education? What percentage of them are getting jobs? What percentage of them are going into the military? Or maybe the county metrics.
So, well, specifically, we do have students that go to college. We do have students that go in the trades. Actually, our CTE, because of its growth, we have students that are going straight into the trades. We have welders that are going straight into the trades.
Well paid.
We do. Yes, they're very well paid. Probably more than some of our CTE teachers are paid. Our struggle is, though, when we get our kids to college, they have to take remedial math because we're not able to offer those upper-level math classes in person. We had a situation where we had a student that was wanting to be a nurse, for example, and she was unable to take chemistry in person, so she struggled in college to take chemistry in person. So we're not offering the rigor that we need to offer for those students, no matter what they decide to do, whether they decide to go into college, whether they decide to go into the tech school. Our tech center is doing fantastic as far as offering that specific math and English for our tech students, so that has been wildly successful for us. But I think we're still missing a big chunk of our kids and what we need to offer for them, and that they have the appropriate choices that they can take to have that personalized education so that we can prepare them to be successful when they decide to go to college.
All
Thank
right,
you.
with no other questions, is there a motion that the Wetzel County Board of Education's request to amend their 2020-2030 CEFP be approved?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Dunleavy, second. Seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. Item G, Wetzel County Board of Education closure of Huntington 100 High School and its consolidation into Valley High School.
The Wetzel County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of 100 High School and its consolidation into Valley High School. The closure is not contingent on any other actions and is proposed to occur at the end of the 24-25 school year. In consideration of this closure, applicable West Virginia Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed. Documents were available for public inspection for the required time. A hearing was held for Hundred High School on November 18th and Valley High School on November 20th. The Wetzel County Board of Education voted to approve this closure at their November 22nd board meeting.
Any questions, comments? Hearing none, is there a motion that the closure of Hundred High School and its consolidation into Valley High School be approved? Been moved by Dr. Stansberry, second. I will second that motion.
Second.
Oh, Mr. Roadtruck? Is there any other discussion, comments? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion
No.
carries. Next item, item H, Wetzel County Board of Education closure of Peyton City High School and its consolidation into Magnolia High School and New Martinsville School. Mr. Whitlow.
The Wetzel County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of Peyton City High School, grades 7-12, and its consolidation into Magnolia High School, grades 9-12, and New Martinsville School, grades 7-8. This closure is not contingent on any other actions and is proposed for the 24-25 school year. In consideration of this closure, applicable Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for public inspection for the required amount of time. A hearing was held for Peyton City High School on November 15th. New Martinsville School held a hearing on November 14th, and Magnolia High School held a hearing on November 13th. The Wetzel County Board of Education voted to approve these closures at their board meeting on November 22nd.
Any questions, comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say, this is a very tough time when you have to start closing down high schools. And just to give you an example of the advantage of doing it and disadvantages, obviously it's not good because you lose your community schools. But I was involved, and I think Mrs. Porter will back me up on that, and Mr. Monceau. We from a small town, Warwood, and we consolidated, closed down, High County's closed down 5 schools, high schools, and consolidated all in one. And as a result, developed into what we call now Wheeling Park High School. And when I went to a small school called Warwood, well, we didn't have a lot of the things that nowadays kids have at Wheeling Park High School. And we've gone through a couple of this already. So there are some advantages of this and some disadvantages. So the outcome, I believe, as you'll see from the results of the kids at Wheeling Park High School are doing very well, educational. Their scores are up good. And everything's good, so it's not always sad. So look forward to a brighter future with that.
Any other questions, discussion? Is there a motion that the closure of Peyton City High School and its consolidation into Magnolia High School and New Martinsville School be approved?
So moved.
Mr. Dunleavy has moved. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Dr. Stansberry. Any other discussion, questions? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
All hearts do say he is a yes vote on
Okay,
this far.
all right.
I announced it, so.
Thank you. We haven't heard much from our members on the phone, but they are texting their approval as well. All right, next item is the amendment of the Wood County Board of Education's 2020-2030 Comprehensive Educational Facilities Plan. Mr. Whitlow.
I think she's coming in now. So policy 6200 obviously requires local boards of education to amend their CEFP for changes to it. And Wood County Board of Education requests approval to remove the consolidation of Fairplains Elementary and Franklin Elementary and replace that proposed action with a merger of Fairplains Elementary School into existing Martin Elementary School. Obviously, this is the planning stage and is not the official vote for it. And Superintendent Willis is here to provide any summaries and questions. You have something?
Do you want to do the Fairplains first, or do you need to do the CFP first?
It's all one.
Okay.
It'll all just be one. You have a handout I can-
Yeah, here's Fairplains first. Oops, sorry, Fairplains. President White, Superintendent Blatt, and board members. My name is Christy Willis, Superintendent of Wood County Schools. Thank you for having us here today. With me, I have Justin Hartshorn, Assistant Superintendent of Academics and Leadership, and Heather Grant, Director of Elementary Education. The specific proposal is to merge Fairplains Elementary into the current Martin Elementary, resulting in the closure of Fairplains Elementary School at the conclusion of the 2024-2025 school year. Fairplains Elementary enrollment has decreased by 58 students over the past 10 years. The height of Fairplains Elementary's enrollment was during the 2015-2016 school year at 233 students. Fairplains Elementary has a building utilization capacity for 482 students. With a student enrollment of 162 students, the building utilization rate of Fairplains Elementary is 33.6%. The desirable building utilization rate for a school is 85%. Martin Elementary School height of enrollment was during the 2016-2017 school year at 279 students. As of October 23rd, 2024, the enrollment at Martin Elementary was 254 students, and the building utilization at Martin Elementary is currently 50%. The projected total enrollment of a merged Martin Elementary School was 414 students, and this would change the program building utilization rate to 87.3%. The merger of Fairplains Elementary and Martin Elementary will result in a reduction of 7.5 professional personnel and 5 service personnel positions. Martin Elementary is located 1.4 miles from Fairplains Elementary. Transportation will be provided to current Fairplains Elementary students to Martin Elementary, and the routes will not exceed the 30-minute guideline as outlined in the West Virginia Department of Education Policy 6200. Fairplains Elementary School is not compliant with the American Disabilities Act. Martin Elementary School is ADA compliant. A secure vestibule is currently under construction at Martin Elementary this school year. The closure of Fairplains Elementary School and merger to Martin Elementary School would save the Board of Education $861,244.49 annually. This cost savings is needed as a result of declining enrollment. In Wood County, there are currently 620 children who have been approved to receive the Hope Scholarship. 138 students are enrolled in public charters, and 893 children are homeschooled. Wood County Schools will have less funding next year, as our most recent full-time equivalency enrollment number has dropped to under 11,000 at 10,990, which is the number used in the state aid funding formula. This is a 176 FTE decline from what Wood County Schools was funded for this current school year. With the continued loss of enrollment, Wood County Schools will still need to reduce staff, even with the loss of positions from the closure of Fairplains Elementary School. At the school closure hearing on October 23, 2024, 2 staff members were the speakers at the Martin Elementary School hearing. On that same evening, there were 18 speakers at Fairplains Elementary. 10 staff members, 3 parents, 3 community members, 1 student, and the principal from Martin Elementary who welcomed the Fairplains community to Martin Elementary School. The Wood County Board of Education voted on October 24, 2024, 4-0, approving the closure of Fairplains Elementary. 1 board member was absent. The future of the property where Fairplains Elementary Schools is located is uncertain. Wood County Schools has considered using this property for a warehouse. The facility is being examined to determine if this is a viable option.
Any questions, comments? Mrs. Sullivan?
I apologize if I've been asking my questions out of the order that they should be. So I might be covering both situations at this time, your middle school too. I'll try not to.
Okay.
All right. You did a very thorough job, and you presented it all well. And it sounds like a lot of thought has gone into this, and just reading your closure documents, it sounds like the communities have been very involved in with you step by step. But funding is essentially driving, it sounds like. But what are the class sizes like in let's do the elementaries. What are the class sizes like now, and will they be affected with the consolidation?
I can give you an example of something that we watched this summer.
Okay.
In our 4th and 5th grade classes last year during RIF and transfer season, we had put both the 4th and 5th grade teachers on RIF transfer. The students we watched them all summer. We know we can only have 28. We carried 29 until we couldn't hold any more. And then we had to split that class so that we had a teacher before school started. And that's what happens a lot in these schools. Wood County is very generous with open enrollment. We passed an open enrollment policy where we have space, we allow people to go. And with open enrollment, that has also been what we've been hoping is a recruiting tool for people to choose public schools, because you don't have to attend the school where you live if we have space.
Good.
Yes. So, but a lot of times, and this has happened at Fairplains over the years, we will be like in 3rd grade, right at 26 students. So then we have 2 classrooms that may be 13 each, which is small. For going into Martin's class sizes are also small, which is why if we have 2 for 2nd grade teachers right now at Martin and 2 at Fairplains, we may only need 3 because we have the space to take those students. Both schools are Title I schools. Yes, and we are trying to keep the Title I funding there this year for the interventionists that we can put back, because we do not want the students to lose the interventions that they've had at either place. The schools currently share a curriculum and instruction assistant principal, and so this would allow that assistant principal position to be at Martin full-time. We share some positions between Martin and Fairplains already, and this allows, that person to be at one school, which I think is beneficial even to result without the travel time.
Sure. Well, it sounds like you've rearranged and thought all that out. How's the staff turnover rate in these schools, or Wood County overall?
It's sort of tough at the moment to say how and why, because last year we had a very tough RIF and transfer season with our ARP-ESSER money. We cut over 75 positions that we had been sustaining at least 50 through those federal grants. So we did have a lot of movement last year. But we also have special education classrooms that are filled with non-certified teachers because we are in a teacher shortage.
Thank you. The middle, and here I'll shift to middle school sports. They'll be losing 1/3 of their teams, right? Because there'll only be 2 schools. How will that affect participation by those students in the consolidated middle schools?
Well, when we met with the staff at Vander Middle School last spring at the end of the school year, and we said, we want these kids to have a good transition. How do we get, we want the staff to believe in what we're doing, want the community to believe our heart's in the right place, because this is difficult for everyone. So one of the suggestions that came from the staff, we've never done this in Wood County, was to do an activities bus in the evening, because we're taking those students, and Vander is a highly walking, utilized facility where the students
It's
walk.
it's in the city, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is in Parkersburg. And so they asked, could we, and if you see at the bottom with the costs, there is an additional cost that the county, we're incurring that because we want the transportation for the students. We'll see how many students ride it. If it's utilized, we'll try it. So that to Jackson, because we are going from a very local school to 3 miles away for Jackson Middle School for students to be able to participate. Now, this year, currently, Hamilton Middle School has been fabulous. There were 3 sports teams that Wood County Schools, there were 3 sports teams that Vander was unable to have enough players to participate, and the students wanted to go to another school, so they had some teammates. WVSSAC worked with us. They were fabulous because we had a one-member golf team. And WVSSAC's response was, well, you can play golf with one member. And we're like, no, they really want a team. And so they accepted the waivers for cross-country tennis and for golf, and those students have already integrated in.
Good.
The principals have been working with our secondary director and one of our support services position person from the board office to work on transition plans so that we can get those students on campuses so that they can have visits, so they can see where they're going and what those schools look like. We didn't decrease as much staff either at the middle school. One of the things Wood County had prided itself in years ago under the leadership of Bill Nide was teaming. And unfortunately, as we've lost enrollment, the teaming concept left the middle schools and they seem a little bit more like junior high schedules. Well, one thing that we've done, because we were very student-centered in our approach, we put enough staff back at both of those schools, Hamilton and Jackson, to have teaming again, to at least make this transition for the students a good one, so that we will have teams and those teachers can really be focused on students in this transition.
Very foresightful.
Thanks.
I'm so glad to hear that. And because I did it for the other counties, I'm going to do it for you too. You have 136 students enrolled in charter virtual schools, and 2 more attend the, I think that there's a school now in Clarksburg, a brick and mortar school. There's another one. I can't tell you too much about it, I just remember it. Anyway, you have 2 in that brick and mortar school and 136 in charter virtual. And for each of those students, you're not getting for, $7,606, which is your state per pupil allocation. That's over $100 million. I'm sorry, that's over $1 million from your current. So you built your budget back in the spring and now you don't have $1 million. What's that done to you?
Well, it's been very impactful because I just had a meeting yesterday with our principals and our leadership teams in Wood County, as well as all of faculty senate presidents across Wood County schools too. Because we were hopeful that in school closures, we wouldn't have to have the RIF transfer season that we're going to have again. And we've made these hard decisions and we've had buy-in because people know we're trying to do the right thing and right-size our county, but also be fiscally responsible while we're taking care of kids. So we're facing this again. It's 10 positions for Wood County. So instead of 47 being over professional, we're over 57. Okay? Wood County is also blessed to have an excess levy. $13.5 million of that excess levy covers salaries. But we are maxed right now because we tried to max out after the federal grant. So we still are going to have to go through additional cuts because that additional, and I actually called Uriah Cummings. I emailed him and I said, please tell me I can use the 47 number and not the 57 number. But then he explained to me that it's the 57 number is the final.
Well, it's a challenge.
It's very challenging.
Do you know, with since there are so many charter virtual students, 136 of them, do you know how old they are?
I do not.
Okay.
I can let you know that information.
Well, I just think it's interesting because if we have K through 5 on virtual charter schools, it's not recommended.
We did, during COVID, Wood County was creative and we came up with a Distance Learning Academy K-5 because we were trying to keep kids connected to us during the pandemic. And actually at the time, I thought this may be the future of education. We may have a Distance Learning Academy school right here in Wood County. But it didn't last. As we went back to brick and mortar, people either chose to come back or they chose another option. So we ended up riffing all those positions when we asked folks, what do they want to do coming back? So it wasn't as, it was successful at the time for the purpose that it intended, but it wasn't something that was sustainable that people wanted. They made a choice.
That's good. Well, I'm obviously a proponent of children going to school. Not just for the education, but for the social, for the health, for the nutrition, for the extra. I mean, it's life. It's preparing them for life. I noticed that you have 893 homeschoolers in Wood County. Are they? What's your interaction? What is their interaction with the public schools? Is it any?
We have a few students who take advantage of where they can come for, if they want to take a class. They may choose to come for band or choir. We might have that as an option. But I heard you ask a question earlier this morning. It's a plethora. Some it's because of immunizations. Some it's for religious reasons. You know, some students have anxiety and don't want to come brick and mortar. So there's a smorgasbord of why people make that choice. But Wood County is a high homeschool community county.
And I assume with all those reasons, there are also students who weren't attending school, and so they were truant, and so, you know, you pull them out, or disciplinary reasons, whatever. And since I said it for every other county, I'm gonna say it for yours too, on Hope Scholarships. Wood County has 631 Hope Scholarship recipients. That equals $3 million. But what it also does, it leaves on the table, because you're not getting it, $1.7 million. So, thank you for your good work. I know it's a challenge. It sounds like you've really thought it through, and it sounds like you've brought your communities along in the process. Thank you.
Any other questions for Superintendent? Comments? Is there a motion that the Wood County Board of Education's request to amend their 2020-2030 CEFP be approved?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gabriel, seconded by Ms. Sullivan. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item J, Wood County Board of Education's closure of Fairplains Elementary School and its merger into Martin Elementary School. Mr. Whitlow.
The Wood County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of Fairplains Elementary School and its merger into Martin Elementary School. The closure is not contingent on any other actions and is proposed for the end of the 24-25 school year. Applicable Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for public inspection for the required amount of time. Hearings were held on October 23rd for Fairplains Elementary School and Martin Elementary School respectively, and the Wood County Board of Education voted to approve this closure at their October 24th board meeting.
Any questions? Mr. Gabriel.
It's on this time. And then forward to my standard question. Are you content with the fact that they followed all necessary procedures and all the Ts were crossed and the Is were dotted?
Yes, sir. Procedures were followed, including transportation.
And transportation also. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Is there a motion that the closure of Fairplains Elementary School and its merger into Martin Elementary School be approved?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Sullivan, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other discussion or question? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Wood County Board of Education's closure of Vander Middle School and its merger into Jackson Middle School and Hamilton Middle School.
The Wood County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure of Vander Middle School and its merger into Jackson Middle School and Hamilton Middle School. Closure is not contingent on any other actions and is proposed for the end of the 24-25 school year. In consideration of this closure, applicable Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for the required amount of time. A closure hearing was held for Vander Middle on October 21st. Receiving hearings were held for Hamilton and Jackson Middle Schools on October 24th, respectively. The Wood County Board of Education voted to approve this closure at their October 24th board meeting.
Any questions, comments? Is there a motion that the closure of Vander Middle School and its merger into Jackson Middle School and Hamilton Middle School be approved?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Dunleavy. Seconded by Dr. Stansberry. Any other discussion or question? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to read a statement in regard to the difficult actions we've had to take today. I want to thank everyone who's taken time to attend the meeting today and to share your thoughts and concerns. Your concerns are understood and appreciated. As you know, we're losing students for a number of reasons, and state law requires our counties to operate within balanced budgets. County boards are working to build robust educational opportunities that will extend learning in unique and creative ways. This is more challenging to do when resources are spread across facilities with declining enrollment. We wish these decisions were not necessary. I will repeat what I said previously. Counties cannot sustain operating at previous capacities while losing 2,000, 3,000, and 4,000 students from its public schools. I worked with school budgets for more than 35 years before retiring, so I know it firsthand. In the 22-23 school year, there were more than 250,000 students in our public schools. This year, there's just a little over 241,000. That's a loss of nearly 10,000 students in 3 years. It's difficult to adjust to this type of loss. However, it is something that our counties are working to address each and every day. These decisions are not made lightly and are painful for everyone up here. We have to protect the viability of the local boards of education and the job they must do with the resources available. Again, I appreciate your time, your concern, and your willingness to join us here today. I hope you will continue your support of public education and that we can face all of our challenges, of which there are many, together. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call for recess for lunch, and we will return approximately 1:40. Call this meeting back into order. Thank you all for your patience. Next item on the agenda are personnel matters. The West Virginia Board of Education personnel matters are first. Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rotruck, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any discussion or question? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The West Virginia Department of Education personnel matters. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gabriel, second? Second by Dr. Stansberry. Any other question or discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And the next item is the department reports. Superintendent Blatt.
Yes, thank you. We do have our final graduation numbers for this past school year. Our graduation percentage is 92.6, which is almost identical to, if you round it up, it was 92.6 last year. Our 5-year graduation cohort is actually up a little bit. It's 93.5. It was 92.5 the previous year. We have also some data to share, our benchmark data. Dr. White's going to share that with us. This is, of course, the data that we gather and collect as part of House Bill 3035, the Third Grade Success Act, and how interventions are going out in the counties.
Well, good afternoon. And what you have in your packet, you have the benchmark data from the beginning of the year. So this we collect 3 times a year as part of House Bill 3035. And the good news is this data represents the students that need intervention. So we collect this data, and in students K through 3, they are placed in intervention to help them get started. So we don't wait until 2nd or 3rd grade and noticing problems. We deal with them as soon as they start. The good news is the numbers are down from last year for both math and reading. And in terms of 3rd grade, for the statewide assessment last spring, we had a 6% increase in proficiency. So that was significant. And we, on the other end of the scale, we had fewer students in that lowest area.
If I could interrupt for just
Sure.
a moment, just to make sure all the board members have this in their packet.
They don't have this in their
Because
packet.
I don't either.
Okay.
I keep looking, but I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
Somehow got missed in mine.
Apologize for that.
Here's, Christy's got some.
We have them. So on the first page, it's the ELA results, the literacy results, and part of House Bill 3035, we collect it for grades 4 through 8, but there aren't interventionists in those classrooms, or they're not required to provide intervention, but most of our counties do. So the other good news is on the lower end of the scale. When we look at our general summative assessment for 3rd graders, we had a 6% increase in the number of kids proficient, but we also had a 6.8% decrease in the number of kids scoring in the does not meet standards. So we're headed in the right directions, because those are the kids that will be affected by House Bill 3035 when the retention piece goes into effect in a few years. Math, we had similar results, just not as significant. However, our math scores for 3rd grade, last year we had over 53% proficient in math. And we had a 1.6 increase there, and a reduction of 1% on the level. So the 3rd page is a side-by-side comparison of last year to this year. And as you can see, fewer kindergartners this year needing intervention, and as well as 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade compared to the previous year, for both reading and math. So we're very pleased with that. It tells us that our initiatives are working with literacy and numeracy. The things that we're doing are having an impact. Having the ECATs in the classrooms in kindergarten and 1st grade, and this year's 2nd graders have them, are also impacting it, because we have more people helping the kids, and we're identifying where their skill levels or deficits are early, so we can intervene as quickly as possible. If you want to kind of look at, if you look at the green bar on kindergarten and the blue bar on 1st grade, those are the same kids. It's just a different test, so you can't really compare them, but we can see what we did in kindergarten helped, because fewer kids needed assistance in first grade. So these are the kids that needed assistance or fell in that area. Some other news just to share with you quickly is we did recently have a contract with Letters, which is a science of reading curricula for our teachers. We're going to run 3 cohorts with the goal for every teacher, every K through 3 teacher, and every K-5 elementary principal to be enrolled in that. So the principals get the light version, that they get a good foundation in the science of reading, but they also get information on how to implement it in their schools and how to schedule and all of those things that a principal needs, and our teachers get that in-depth piece. It will take them about 2 years to complete the course, but that's what's great. Research says you do a little bit, you implement it, you keep going, and it becomes part of your DNA in the classroom. So we're thrilled with that. The first cohort starts in January. I think the registration closes later today, but we have over 500 teachers registered. And the company was amazed that we had that many on such a short notice to register, and a little over 100 principals have registered. So we're very excited about that, and we're working on ways for them to use that toward maybe a graduate degree or for advanced salary advancement, certification, things like that. So we're really pleased because it helps build the professional level of our teachers. And we also had someone here at the department align what they're doing in Letters to the national board components that you have to do. So as they complete the Letters course, they could also complete some of the pieces that would help them get nationally board certified as well. So we're real pleased with that. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions, comments? That's fabulous.
Yes, it's nice to give you guys the good news.
It's nice to hear good news. Yeah.
So thank you.
You know, this is what it's all about.
Exactly.
Their performance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about, it really isn't about the bricks and mortar. It's about the kids.
It's about the kids, yes.
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
And then we will end on another good note, as Dr. Erica Close is going to share with us about our Country Roads Codes Day yesterday, or Monday.
Thank you, Superintendent Blatt, President White, members of the board. I am excited because I get to just tell you about.
Oh, your mic's off.
I'm not going to say that other part again. But I am excited that I get to share just some fun news, some things that happened on on Monday. So Monday we had our Country Roads Codes Day at the Capitol, and you can see some of the pictures that are happening right now. But it's a day to celebrate our West Virginia students and what they're doing related to computer science. And so most of you probably know or remember that in 2019, our governor signed a computer science bill that required computer science to be offered at the high school level and then to be integrated into elementary and middle school instruction throughout West Virginia schools. We were one of the first schools in the country to have that type of legislation. It was a really important act for such a rural area. It's often not as pushed in rural states or in rural areas. So we have a lot to celebrate now, 5 years out from the signing of that bill. So we had 11 public schools and private schools from across the state come to the Capitol on Monday. And what they did was they demonstrated how they are learning computer science. And so we actually saw some really what we would consider high-tech things and then some things that are a little more low-tech. Because there are lots of different ways that our students can learn, specifically a lot of different ways that our youngest learners can learn computer science. Superintendent Blatt, Senate President Blair, and Speaker Hanshaw each spoke about the importance of computer science for our West Virginia students and shared a lot of opportunities that our students have in high technology careers right in West Virginia. And our West Virginia schools are preparing the workforce of tomorrow. So these students are demonstrating that our students are receiving what they're going to need to be successful in the future. Julia Wynn, who is a representative from Code.org, was also in attendance. Code.org is a national sort of computer science advocacy organization, and they collect data on computer science across the country each year. And she shared some really encouraging statistics about the state of West Virginia. So in terms of high school, we provide 78% of our high schools allow access to computer science for our students. We're holding steady at about 78% of our high schools teaching computer science. Every high school has to offer it. 78% are teaching it. And we're working really hard to try and push that so that all of our high school students have access to computer science. That 78%, though, is 18% above the national average, and we are 15th in the country for access to computer science. So we're doing really well related to computer science. Our youngest learners are learning about algorithms. They're learning about artificial intelligence. They're learning about debugging, which is how to take apart a problem and figure out what's going on and create a solution. And they're learning how the internet works. And all of these things are just really basic skills and basic understandings that our students need in order to be successful in the future. As our students are learning computer science, Julia from code.org shared with us that they would then be prepared for 60% of the jobs that will be impacted by AI in the future. We don't really want to think about that, but AI is going to impact a lot of careers, and that 92% of the jobs in the future will require really strong digital literacy skills. So our students are gaining those skills much in part to the work that we've done in computer science. Now, there are a few highlights from Monday, which you've gotten to see, that are going to stick with me for a really long time. So the first one was that the students were just amazing. So we had the whole Senate side was elementary students that were grabbing legislators and teaching them how to write code, and it was so fun. And to ask a legislator, what did you learn? And he said, I wrote code and I made this robot go and do these 5 different things. It was really, really exciting. Then over on the House side, we had a whole bunch of robotics teams that use coding to solve problems and to make their robots complete really complex tasks. And it was really exciting to see that. What was most fun was that at the time when we were going to have the speaking portion of our agenda, Speaker Hanshaw said, "You can't hear out here in the hall. You can't hear." He said, "There's nobody in the chamber. Come on in." So you've seen pictures of these youngest kiddos sitting in the seats, in the lawmakers' seats, and it was so precious because it was just such a neat reminder of why we do all of this. All of this across the street, everything that we do in here is so those students have what they need to be successful in the future. And it was so fun because as we were closing, I said to those students, I said, some of you may want to sit in one of these seats one day. So you need, because how amazing would that story be, right? To say I sat in this chair and here I am sitting in the chair again as an adult. And it was so funny because about half of them were like, oh yeah. And was one little girl right in the front. She's like, oh no. No, she just said no. But it was really neat to see that. So I think what was so exciting from that day is just that it was a day where our students showed off. All we had to do was get tables set up, put out some tablecloths, and let them go. And they just showed examples of just so many good things that are happening in our schools at the highest level of, I would say, the highest level of excellence. So it was a great day, and I know that President White was able to be there and see some of it, and I just want you to know that there are lots of good things that are happening, and it was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The excitement was palpable, absolutely.
It was fun.
You could feel the energy of these kids and the awe of some of the younger ones looking at the older. And yes, that picture of them sitting in the House seats were, I put myself in their place and I got goosebumps and tears. So.
Yeah, it was a really good day.
It makes me feel good to listen to you speak because you truly have a passion for what you're doing. You can't be bad at something if you love what you do. And that light shines bright coming from you. You like what you do, don't you?
I love what I do. I love it.
Thank
I
you.
love the people we get to do it for.
Thank you for your energy. That goes on to the kids. It's you.
Well, we try hard. There's a lot of energy in this building.
That's it? Yes. Okay. Next on the agenda are board member updates and requests for information. We'll just start with Dr. Stansberry.
Thank you, Madam President. None from me. Thank you.
I attended the West Virginia Public Broadcasting Board meeting, and that's always interesting and fun. And also, I attended the Robert Hagerman Teacher Preparation Standards meeting. And I guess we meet quarterly, and it's always good to be with that group of people. There are teachers, there are principals, there are higher ed people, there's a policeman, there's a fire. I mean, it's a nice group to spend time with. And I went to Summers County and did a ribbon cutting ceremony down there on their middle school, and so that was fun. The something that I'm suggesting for the department and the board maybe to consider doing would be a cost adequacy study. Because we need to have facts about what our schools need. And so I was thinking if we can have somebody objective do something like that for us, that might be a good project to undertake. Cost adequacy. Thank you.
Second.
I second that. Yes, I guess that's the data we really do need. Nothing else to report, no ma'am.
Well, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you. And Yeah. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody. And as far as the SSCC currents, the state tournament's this weekend, and we will have a meeting tomorrow night discussing for next year's rules and regulations, and also Friday morning. So some of it's going to hopefully change, but we have to review what we did and make the corrections. So that'll be done here next couple of days. That's all I have.
Okay, first of all, Joyful Night. I don't know if you all were able to see a lot of that. That was wonderful. There were some special touches for Jim and I, or myself, that like the band from Woodrow Wilson where we graduated. Vicki was in charge of fireworks. I think they maybe were a little overdone. I don't know. It went on forever. Baby dog was going like this. I don't know. But that was fun. But he puts a lot of passion in that and everything, and we truly appreciate it. Yesterday, we went to Buffalo. Monday, we went to Buffalo, and a therapy dog is there. His name is Bo. It's a wonderful little school. The people from Toyota were there as really representing Toyota and helping with the dog and just really interested in everything. And so that's all right now.
Good.
Thank you all. Merry Christmas, everyone.
I saw some of the coverage about your night in the tree lighting, and then the next morning I saw where the tree had toppled.
I think it fell that night, yes, yeah.
Wind blew it over.
The wind has been fierce these days. Well, I also had the joy, like Erica said, of attending Country Roads Codes Day, and it's so exciting. I think this is the second year, Erica, and yeah. So hopefully we can grow that from year to year as well. I also had the pleasure of visiting Herbert Hoover High School yesterday with Mr. Birch. I particularly wanted to see some of the CTE programs, and the highlight was just being able to tour the school with a group of students that were just incredible tour guides, and they were engaged, so engaged. Met the class that built this table.
Talked about that.
And just some of the amazing craftsmanship that's going on, because they have been building a lot of trophy cases in their school as well. So they take so much pride. And one of the students said, I get to see this table on TV all the time. And I can say, that's my table. And then later, Mr. Road Truck and I and several of our closest friends, about 200, went to the Ed Talks event that was at the Civic Center. Yeah, why don't you tell them a little bit about the speakers?
Well, it was excuse me, mic's on, Bob. I got the mic on. Mike, his was on, mine was off. The speakers for Ed Talk yesterday was Morgan O'Brien and Congressman-elect Raleigh Moore. Raleigh Moore went first because he had another appointment to go to, but his was such a great story he shared, about putting himself through college as a welder and about going to college, just his journey. It's inspiring, and it was just great. And it was great to hear him talk about his aspirations for West Virginia and why, and then we got to talk. He got to tease around about he got a deer, and Hoppy Kirchhoff interviewed him when he was just got done dragging the deer up the hill. So it was really a lot of fun. And Morgan O'Brien got on. Morgan was a former president of People's Gas, and before that, Duquesne Light in Pittsburgh. But he has really thrown the anchor down in West Virginia. Big time. He's in Morgantown in the old Milan facility, renamed the company Hope Gas, took it back. He's hired 250 people. He is bound and determined to hire 250 more in the near term, plus another 150 people who will work for the suppliers that will lay pipe for them. But he just went on and on and on about, how when he drives through the state, he sees things that we all don't see that see him every day. And that was part of his message. And don't take these for granted, because I'm certainly not, because I'm going to sell them to people. And he was just talking about all the people he's gotten to go to work for him. And he was just delightful. They both were. They did a great job. And what a beautiful venue. Being in the Civic Center, in the open room, looking out. It was a great day. Ed Talks are always great, and that was a superb one.
Yeah, those are presented by the Education Alliance, and they have a lot of sponsors that assist them. But that was the first one I've attended, and I hope to attend many more.
Great job.
All right, with nothing further to come before us, our next meeting will be held January 8th, 2025. Isn't that hard to believe? Here in Charleston. So is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Dr. Stansberry, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. All in favor, aye. I would assume no one's opposed, and I didn't ask the members on the phone if they had anything. Do we have any on the phone?
Kathy,